What up, aka Alien? Give me a minute, man. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Welcome to B-Rhy Express. Welcome to the EnterAction Theater, where everybody has a role to play in the story. AK Alien, how you doing, bro? How have you been? How's your holiday? Did you eat good? How your night going? Well, we've already let the people know that the stream is live, so we just gonna jump right into it. Case Files Behind Closed Doors. This is the second Case Files game that I'm playing. I played the first one, Margaret Bell, the case of Margaret Bell. I think that was what it was called. It's pretty interesting. So I expect the same kind of sleuth, watching the videotapes, trying to catch the lies and all that, the contradictions, see what's up. We'll see if this takes more than one day of a playthrough or not. We'll see. Let's jump right into it. Begin the case. Every room is getting ready.
All right, we are live and the video is recording. Now, we have got ourselves a pretty wild case on our hands. But first things first, let's do a quick refresher before we dive in. As always, the interviews will be streamed live via the monitor that you're looking at right now. Once the interviews end, you'll be able to access all of the previous recordings on the playback monitor that's to your left.
Right.
Now, keep in mind that you will be getting two different camera angles in your feed, camera A and camera B. Feel free to switch between the two as you see fit. And last but not least, don't overlook the evidence available to you in the case files. I'm sure that you'll need to reference those at some point. Okay, so the case. We've got Daniel Murphy, age 49, works as a financial planner. He was shot and killed in his home with a .38 caliber handgun that's registered to him. Now, according to the medical examiner, he died on September 12th. The exact time of death is not able to be determined because the body wasn't found until a few days after. Now, there are a few people of interest in this case. First up is Emma Richardson. She's Daniel's girlfriend who had also been living with him. Prior to Daniel's death, she had reported an incident of physical abuse that resulted in her right elbow being dislocated. Okay. The injury is verified. However, Daniel did deny all allegations regarding the abuse. Now, at first I was ready to remove her as a potential suspect due to the elbow injury, which would obviously make it pretty damn hard for her to fire a weapon. But as it turns out, she is actually left-handed, which means that she absolutely could have pulled that trigger. Now, next up is her ex-husband, Charles Humphreys. There's nothing really notable regarding Charles's past, but he was seen entering Daniel's house the day of the murder. So, needless to say, he is definitely a person of interest. Now, I
Okay.
was
But
also
there's
able
nothing
to
interesting
bring
to say about him.
Charles and Emma's daughter, Rebecca, down to the station today. Now, there's nothing that really points to her being a suspect at this point in time, but she did live with her mom and Daniel, and she was aware of the abuse that her mom had reported. Now, last on our list is Daniel and Emma's neighbor, Janice Burks. Janice served 9 years in prison for killing her husband, who had a very long history of domestic violence.
Oh.
Now, the main reason that I brought her down here today is that she was also seen entering Daniel's house the day of the murder. So, yeah, that's 2 people that were seen entering Daniel's house the day that he was killed. All right, now that is the basic overview. Okay, you can dive in deeper with the case files or some of the security cam footage that we also subpoenaed. That footage is already loaded up for you on the playback monitor. All right, now let's figure out what the hell happened here. All right, I'm going to bring Emma in here first. Let's see what she has to say. All right, we'll see you in a few.
All right. Emma comes first. All right, so that's a lot to take in, honestly. Uh, all right, so Daniel Murphy. The interview room is getting ready. Press when I'm ready. Okay, let's just go over some stuff. What's up, Jen, my friend? How you doing? Hope your day is going well. Enjoying the holiday. I know I am. All right, so person making a report is Emma Richardson. She's 47. Domestic dispute, violence, personal residence. Yeah. The complaint is against Daniel Murphy. He's 49. On the evening of Saturday, September 9th, at approximately 9:20, Emma Richardson claims that Daniel Murphy physically assaulted her after the two engaged in a verbal argument. The claim is that Daniel Murphy physically cornered Emma Richardson in their kitchen and refused to let her leave. In an attempt to escape the situation, Emma Richardson claims that she pushed Daniel Murphy away from her. In return, Daniel Murphy grabbed Emma Richardson and forcefully threw her to the ground. This ended the domestic incident. Emma Richardson was then promptly escorted to Fisham County Medical Center. There were no eyewitnesses. However, Emma Richardson's daughter, Rebecca Humphreys, claims that she heard the argument from her upstairs bedroom. Emma Richardson suffered a dislocated right elbow, which she claims is a direct result of the domestic incident. She was treated at the county medical center. Okay. Detective is Martin Ruiz. Yeah. Victim information, Daniel Murphy. Gunshot wound in the abdomen. Potential homicide. Suspects are Emma, Charles Humphreys, which is the girlfriend's ex-husband. So Emma's the girlfriend, the live-in girlfriend. Charles Humphrey can't complain. Building a house in The Sims and watching the stream. That's what's up. Building a house. Yeah, make is it a mansion or is it a nice little quaint little home or a cottage, 1 bedroom. When you playing them Sims, you got to go big or go home. So I be wanting the mansions. That's all my money, and then I be broke. And they ain't got no way to make the money. Anyway, all right. Janice Burks. She is the next door neighbor, the one that was Rebecca Humphreys is the girlfriend's daughter. Okay. Girlfriend's ex Humphrey is Charles. Okay, so that must be on the afternoon. Officers entered the victim's home after a co-worker tried and failed to reach the victim via phone and text messages for several days. The front door to the home was found unlocked. The rear patio door was found partially open. The victim was found deceased in the master bedroom with a single gunshot wound to the lower left abdomen. There were signs of a possible struggle. The victim's toxicology report revealed extremely high levels of alcohol consumption, which is consistent with the large quantities of alcohol found in the living room. The victim was shot with a 38 caliber handgun, which was found in the victim's right hand. No usable fingerprints were found on the gun. Based on the autopsy report, the crime scene investigation, it appears that the cause of death was shooting by a third party. So we got to figure out who that person was. Final diagnosis: 49-year-old man with a single gunshot wound to the abdomen was found deceased by lawful enforcement approximately 3 days after his death. There was clear evidence of excessive alcohol consumption. The crime scene showed possible signs of suicide, but there is no medical or ballistic evidence that supports this, making suicide highly unlikely. The victim was shot with a 38 caliber handgun, which was found at the crime scene in the victim's right hand. Cause of death appears to be the shooting by a third party, resulting in organ damage and excessive blood loss. Gunshot wound, single gunshot wound in the abdomen, internal and external bleeding, punctured left kidney, bullet entered through the lower left abdomen and proceeding through the skin, soft tissue in the left kidney before exiting the victim's left lower back. Bullet entry and exit is consistent with the shooting being done by a third party. These are text messages from Harry to Emma. Hey, I just want to thank you for all the help you've given the team lately. Really appreciate it. Of course. Thumbs up. This is Janice. Hey, I heard some pretty bad arguing and banging sounds coming from your house. Is everything okay? Nosy neighbor. Janice, the nosy neighbor. Sorry for getting back to you so late. Yeah, we had an argument. He threw me to the ground, hurt me pretty bad. I'm at the hospital now. So she hit her back like a few hours later. Uh, what? Oh my God. Want me to come to the hospital? No, it's okay. Rebecca's here with me. Okay, but please let me know if there's anything I can do. I can't believe this. Emoji heart. How are you doing? This is what, the next day? Yeah, the next day. Better, getting discharged later today. Oh, thank God. Please let me know if there's anything I can do. Will do. Thank you. Are you still at the hospital? This is Daniel. Same day. Daniel is the ex-husband. Can you meet me and Rebecca at the Best Stay Motel? Sure, I can be there in about 30 minutes. I still can't believe this. So sorry this happened. Thanks, Charles. See you at the motel. Okay. Did you get my text earlier? Are you still at the hospital? I'm really sorry. Can you please answer your phone or at least answer my text? I really need to see you. I can't. Can you be at the motel in about an hour? Okay, this is Emma. Charles. Yeah, of course. I'm wrapping up a showing now. Timing is perfect. See you soon. So they have been seeing each other for a few days. Well, for a day or the next day as well. Thank you. Just want to know I'm thinking of you, sending lots of love. Janice. Okay, that was from Janice. Thank you from Emma. Emoji heart. Are you still going to be at the motel later? Yeah, why? Need to talk to you. Okay, stop by whenever. Sounds good. I'll be around 6. And emoji thumbs up. Okay. So nothing too out of the way from that stuff. Rebecca to Charles. Hey, Dad, can I stay with you tonight? Charles, Rebecca. Yeah, of course. Did something happen? Yeah, I'm at the hospital with Mom. I'll call you once she gets released. Should be soon. Excuse me, the dogs. People are at the door. Hold on 1 second, you guys. right, let's go. Okay. So where do we stop? Hospital. What happened? Alcohol wants to be released. Should be soon. Alcohol soon. They're taking this one. Okay, I can talk whenever. We're heading to the pharmacy and then to the police to file a report. Good. Thanks for being there for your mom. Love you, kiddo. Love you too, Dad. Can you meet me and Rebecca at the Best Stay Motel? Sure, I can be there in about 30 minutes. Still can't believe this shit. I'm sorry this happened. Thanks, Charles. See you at the motel. Okay, I really need to see you. Did we see it? Yeah, we saw this stuff, right? Yeah, this is the same stuff. Uh, hello, Janice. Your AMZ order. I bet that's going to be important. Will be delivered by tomorrow, 5 p.m. It's a nice house, 4 bedroom and a game room. Okay, let's go. Any chance I can check your notes from yesterday's psych class? I totally spaced out and forgot we had class. Sydney's, I guess, is her best friend. Yeah, you can check my notes. I'll email them later today. Thanks, you fucking rock. Emoji. Just to meet your notes. Got them. Thanks again. Hey, Dad, can I stay with you tonight? Yeah, of course. Did something happen? Yeah, I'm at the hospital, Mom. Okay, yeah, they talk about that. Uh, so Sydney couldn't hang out. Who is Moses? So I'm so sorry to ask you this late, but could you cover my shift tomorrow morning? Okay, sorry, just not seeing this. Yeah, I can cover it. I can use the money actually. Okay, so now Rebecca's trying to get money. She can't chill with Sydney. Okay, interesting. Everything's prepped for dinner meeting. This Anderson's account is going to be huge for us. Yeah, I got figures worked out. Yesterday, Emmy printed out a full presentation and sorted all the materials. We're good. Hey man, how'd it go? Don't leave me hanging, bro. How did dinner go? Harry to Daniel. Harry's the husband, right? Is it? Yeah. Hey, sorry I didn't get back to you last night. The meeting went well. I'll fill you in on Monday. That's it. You're gonna give me any details. The suspense is killing me. It's easier to discuss in person. Just know that it went well. We should be able to close this deal soon. Are you still at the hospital? Did you get my text earlier? Can you please answer the phone? I want to know how the Anderson meeting went. Sure. Cool. See you in a few. Hey, everything okay? I heard the police were here talking to you. Did something happen? You still here or did you leave? If you need anything, let me know. I'm here for you, bud. Your ride service driver will appear, arrive in 12 minutes. Please be ready. Thanks for your ride. Hey, man, I heard you got put on administrative leave. Hope everything is okay. Hey, bud, I'm worried about you. Call me. Oh, so Harry got put on, or is it Daniel got put on administrative leave? So Daniel was going through some stuff. All right. Let's we're just gonna watch the stuff. We're gonna watch it first. Watch everything.
Hey, asshole! You like to hit women, huh?
What are you talking about?
Oh, no,
Get your hands off
what
me.
you I know what you did, Emma.
Look, I don't know what she told you, but I didn't lay a finger on her.
Oh, shut up and cut that shit! I know you did. If you ever do that again, I will kill you. I will fucking kill you. You don't
Damn.
understand me? No, whatever! I will hit you! You got that? I will fucking hit you!
I will end you.
You want to hit somebody? Hit me!
Hit me,
Come on, hit me.
motherfucker.
That's what I thought, tough guy. Piece of shit.
Damn. He just let that happen. He wiped the sweat off his brow. He sound drunk. He definitely sound drunk. He definitely sounded drunk. Huh. Interesting. Let's go to security cam number 2.
Emma? Been really worried about you. Are you leaving him?
Okay, that's the lady who been in jail.
Are you all
The
right?
neighbor.
We can talk later.
That's
I gotta go.
Are you sure? Did something now just happen?
Look, I said we can talk later. I gotta go.
Okay, I got you. You go ahead, I'll get the suitcase.
Okay.
Okay. Not much you could pull from that, but she didn't go in the house. At least not on that video. So we'll see. The neighbor didn't go in the house. Now she goes. I was about to say now she goes in the house. She can't get in. Ah, she knows what the key is. See, that's doing too much. As a neighbor, that's doing too much. I mean, I'm sure you're her friend too, but that's doing too much. I mean, I guess if I don't know if it's a distressful situation, if she's in there with him, then and you're hearing a lot of stuff, maybe so you can go in. But I don't know. It's if nobody's in there but him. Are we gonna hear some shots? We're gonna hear a shot. Watch, we're gonna hear a bow. Then she gonna run out. Oh, no, no, we didn't hear nothing. And she walks off. Hmm. Maybe she went looking for evidence. Okay. We didn't hear anything, but that doesn't mean that nothing could have happened. Okay, it is him again. He was looking for the key. He can't find it. It's not there. Huh. Everybody know you got where you hide your key at. That's not a good thing. Oh, he just walks in though. The ex-husband. Now we're gonna hear a shot. If we hear a shot, then we already know who did it. Like the case closed. So let me see what's gonna happen. And we're waiting. We're a minute into this video. It's actually September 2023 in the game. Interesting. Okay, nothing yet. He's been in there for a minute. Are they? Well, it's pretty quiet in there. Don't hear any rumblings yet. Still quiet. Suspenseful because it feels like something is going to happen at some point. We're going to see him leave, I'm sure. Is he going to have like blood on him? Hmm. Or is it going to be in a completely different shirt or something? Let me let my brain go wild. My detective isms. Hear a dog barking. Hmm. And here he comes. Where did he get a bag from? Where did he got a bag of? He didn't have a bag coming in. Hmm. Definitely didn't have a bag coming in.
All right, we are live and the video is recording.
Let him repeat
Now,
himself so we can
we
hear the
have
whole
got
story.
ourselves a pretty wild case on our hands. But first things first, let's do a quick
Whoops.
refresher before we dive in. As always, the interviews will be streamed live via the monitor that you're looking at right now. Once the interviews end, you'll be able to access all of the previous recordings on the playback monitor that's to your left. Now keep in mind that you will be getting two different camera angles in your feed, camera A and camera B. Feel free to switch between the two as you see fit. And last but not least, don't overlook the evidence available to you in the case files. I'm sure that you'll need to reference those at some point. Okay, so the case. We've got 49 works as a financial planner. He was shot and killed in his home with a .38 caliber handgun that's registered to him. Now, according to the medical examiner, he died on September 12th. The exact time of death is not able to be determined because the body wasn't found until a few days after. Now, there are a few people of interest in this case. First up is Emma Richardson. She's Daniel's girlfriend who had also been living with him. Prior to Daniel's death, she had reported an incident of physical abuse that resulted in her right elbow being dislocated. The injury is verified. However, Daniel did deny all allegations regarding the abuse. Now, at first I was ready to remove her as a potential suspect due to the elbow injury, which would obviously make it pretty damn hard for her to fire a weapon. But as it turns out, she is actually left-handed, which means that she absolutely could have pulled that trigger.
She could have.
Now, next up is her ex-husband, Charles Humphreys. There's nothing really notable regarding Charles's past, but he was seen entering Daniel's house the day of the murder. So, needless to say, he is definitely a person of interest. Now, I was also able to bring Charles and Emma's daughter, Rebecca, down to the station today. Now, there's nothing that really points to her being a suspect at this point in time, but she did live with her mom and Daniel, and she was aware of the abuse that her mom had reported. Now, last on our list is Daniel and Emma's neighbor, Janice Burks. Okay. Janice served 9 years in prison for killing her husband, who had a very long history of domestic violence.
But she served
now, the main reason that I brought her down here today is that she was also seen entering Daniel's house the day of the murder. So yeah, that's two people that were seen entering Daniel's house the day that he was killed.
Right. Okay.
All right, now that is the basic overview. Okay, you can dive in deeper.
All right, let's go. Let's go back. Let's go into the case, see what's going on with him.
All right, Emma, we are recording. Today is September 19th. I am Detective Martin Ruiz, badge number 7621, and with me here today is Emma Richardson. So, Emma, can you please go ahead and spell your first and last name for me?
EMMARICHARDSON.
Thank you. And can you please acknowledge that this statement is being video and audio recorded and that you are consenting to this recording?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. And lastly, I just need you to acknowledge that we've already gone over your rights and that you are willfully making this statement.
Yes, that's also correct.
All right. Thank you, Emma. So, yeah, let's just keep it simple and start with you telling me where you were the day of Daniel's death.
I was staying at a motel.
And which motel would that be?
The Best Stay Motel on the southeast part of town.
Now, is there a reason that you didn't go to work that day?
I wasn't feeling well, so I decided to take a sick day.
And you work at Rose and Davis Financial Services, right?
Yes, I'm a junior account executive.
And Daniel, he works there as well. Is that also correct?
Yes, actually, he's the one who got me the job there.
Oh, okay.
And the two of you were romantic partners. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, do you mind maybe elaborating a little bit more on this relationship that you two had?
Sure. What exactly would you like to know?
Well, I guess we can start with the police report that you had filed on September 10th. Now, based on what I read, it seemed that this relationship that you two had was not that
Toxic.
pleasant, was it?
Toxic.
No, but at least not lately anyway.
Now, you claimed that he had grabbed you pretty forcefully, too. I mean, so much so that he dislocated your right elbow. Is that right?
Yeah, but I don't want you to think that was a norm or anything.
Mm-hmm.
So that's not his normal behavior.
No, it wasn't.
Okay.
We had been together for 6 months at least.
6
and
months, and he broke
I
your arm.
moved in with him about a month ago.
Let me
He
stop.
had never once laid a finger on me the entire time or shown any warning signs.
Mm-hmm.
So then what exactly happened on that day? I mean, why did he have this sudden change in behavior?
Let's explain, Emily.
He was
Emma.
jealous
My bad.
of a client of ours that we met for dinner.
Oh.
And who was the client?
Just a prospective client. His name was
Just a-
Jason. Jason
Jason.
Anderson.
Anderson.
Jason Anderson.
Mr.
All right,
Anderson.
What exactly happened with Jason?
Mm-hmm.
Well, Daniel had to take a call, so he stepped outside. He was out there a good amount of time, maybe 15, 20 minutes. And during that time, Jason and I started talking. I mean, he talked a lot, and it was pretty funny, so we talked and had a laugh. That was all. Then when Daniel returned, I
She sounds
think
defensive.
he had the wrong impression.
No, you sound very defensive
I
on
mean, on
that.
the ride home, he kept questioning me about what we were talking about.
Mm-hmm.
He wanted to know why we were so happy, and he wanted to know if I found Jason attractive.
Mm-hmm.
He even accused me of flirting with some guys in the office from before. Honestly, I have no idea what he was talking about.
So has Daniel showed signs of jealousy like this in the past?
No.
Yeah. Oh,
I mean,
now she
there
had to
was
think
never
about
a
it.
situation like this before. Anyway.
Mm-hmm.
You can continue.
Yes,
Well,
continue.
when we got home, he didn't seem to calm down at all. We were in the kitchen at the time, and he accused me of lying, and he said he didn't believe anything I had told him. I tried to de-escalate the situation by leaving, but then he blocked me with his body and backed me into a corner. And he grabbed me by the shoulders and forced me to tell him the truth. But what was I supposed to say? I already told him the truth. So then I pushed him off of me. And that's when he yanked me really hard by the arm and threw me to the floor. Oh my God, it hurt like hell. And then when I was on the ground, he kept yelling and screaming at me over and over. I mean, I can't even remember what he was saying.
Was he drinking that night?
Yes.
No, the man hardly ever drank at all.
What?
I mean, I can't even remember the last time he had a drink.
Are you serious?
Now, according to the police report, your daughter, Rebecca, she was there when this had all happened. Is that right?
Yes, she was upstairs in her room at the time, and she heard the arguing, so she came down to the kitchen to see what had happened. I mean, she asked me what happened, and I told her we had been in an argument. Then she asked me what I was doing on the floor, and I told her I had accidentally fallen.
Oh, wow. What
So
a
why did you
terrible
lie to her?
liar. Right.
I don't know. I was scared. I mean, it all happened so quickly. I couldn't even think straight.
And what happened after that?
Well, Daniel could see that I was really hurt, so he picked me up off the ground and took me to the hospital.
Okay.
On the ride there, he kept telling me how sorry he was, and he just kept apologizing over and over. He said he didn't know what got into him.
And you believed him?
Yes, I did.
Really?
Really?
Right. Really?
It was a one-time thing. It was completely out
Oh,
of character.
you're making excuses for him. No, you're making excuses for him.
I didn't know what got into him. So yes, I did believe him.
All right, and what happened after that?
Okay.
Well,
yeah.
he
Continue.
took me to the hospital and we checked in, and that's when I learned that my elbow was dislocated. Then Daniel left and Rebecca came to stay with me overnight. And then the next morning I had time to clear my mind, and I told Rebecca exactly what happened.
So you told her that he had actually hurt you?
Yeah, she wanted me to press charges with the police, but honestly, I was hesitant. I didn't want it to turn into a big thing.
Okay.
But this was a big thing, was it not?
Right. Your arm
I don't know,
is-
maybe.
elbow's dislocated. Your elbow's
I mean, was
dislocated,
it
lady.
a big enough deal that you felt the need to file a police report, right?
But that was Rebecca's idea. So, but yes, I was released from the hospital. We stopped and got some pain medication for my arm. And then we went to the police and filed a report.
Okay.
Then we went to the motel.
Did that to
I
make your
checked
daughter
in,
satisfied.
and Rebecca left to stay with her dad.
And her dad, that's Charles, right?
Right.
Yes, Charles.
But she's never
So
mentioned
was
that he
Charles
kept coming
aware
over.
of the assault that had happened?
Yes, I told him that night.
Okay. Yes, you did tell him.
Was anyone else besides Charles and your daughter Rebecca aware of the assault?
Yes.
And the only other person was
Right.
my neighbor, Janice.
Okay. All right. She's
She
being
must
honest.
have heard the screaming because she texted to see if everything was okay. I wrote her back that same night and told her exactly what happened.
Now, are you and your neighbor really close? Because, and this could just be a me thing, but that seems kind of a strange thing to tell a neighbor.
Sure, somewhat, I guess. I mean, we look out for each other, as neighbors are supposed to.
Now, I'm wondering, do you think that maybe one of those three would have a reason to kill Daniel? I mean, considering they now know how abusive he can be, I mean, maybe that was enough to push them over, the limit to maybe take matters into their own hands?
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not, huh? Neither
But what
one
about
of them.
you? Was that enough of a reason for you to kill Daniel? Maybe make sure that he never lays a finger on you again?
Absolutely not. No.
Absolutely not.
Like I said, it was a one-time thing. It wasn't that severe.
Wasn't that severe?
It wasn't that severe.
Emma,
Dislocated
I'm
elbow.
staring at you and you have a dislocated elbow.
Dislocated.
Now, I don't know about you, but to me, that is pretty damn severe.
Look, the guy got jealous, okay? I mean, he'd been under a lot of pressure at work, and he was in a shitty mood. I mean, he made a really poor decision that he immediately regretted. Is it okay that he hurt my arm? Of course not. But we can't change the past. And I do believe he was truly sorry.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay. You ride or
enough.
die, huh?
So, Emma, is there anything
Ride
else
and
that
die.
you feel that I should know about this whole situation?
None that I can think of.
Oh, looking away. Oh, you don't look
All
so
right.
sure.
We're going to take a little break. Just ask that you just hang here for a bit, okay?
Okay.
All right.
All right. Okay. There we go. There's the first of interaction. Interesting. Interesting.
All right, you saw the interview. You think she's being completely honest? I really
For a
can't
lot
say
of
for
stuff
sure.
she is.
What I want to know from you is if you think she's telling the truth about how severe the abuse was. And I'm talking both physical and verbal. That's a major piece of this whole thing. Whether she's being honest or not will give us a decent idea on how to move forward with this investigation. So let's
I
make
don't
sure we
think we've
really judge
seen
this
Daniel
correctly.
do.
The right approach should get her to open up a bit more. I'll trust your judgment with that. You tell me, and that's how I'll proceed with her. No rush. Look over
Okay.
whatever you need to and call me back. All right,
Okay.
talk soon.
All right. Martin, is Emma telling the truth about how severe the abuse was? All right. Let's take back a look at our stuff. All right, there you got put on leave. Let me just look for stuff for Daniel saying anything out of the way, which there really isn't. I think I would have noticed. Pretty bad arguing, banging sounds coming from your house and everything. Emma needs to see Charles a lot. And Charles keeps coming over to visit, I guess. Charles needs to talk to her. Probably about the fact that he found out. Well, no, it wasn't Charles. It was Harry that found out. Oh, that's because Harry and they all work together. That's right. That's right. Okay. Okay. I'm trying to get an idea of who all these damn people are. She says he never drinks. That's right. She did lie about that. So he was definitely drunk. And he had traces of sleeping pills. Hmm. Possible struggle. Extremely high levels of alcohol consumption. And they found large quantities of alcohol in the living room. Hmm. Front door is unlocked. Rear patio door is partially open. Okay. Oops. That's the incident report of the incident. This is where it happened. Okay, that's the bottles of alcohol, liquor, cards. There's his gun. And there's him. Just in the bed with it. Huh. All right. Is Emma telling the truth about how severe the abuse was? I'm gonna say no because she didn't tell about the drinking that was the alcohol that was found in the system. So no.
Hey. Okay. Yeah. I'm with you. It definitely feels like she's downplaying the abuse. The question is why. I'll push her on that. Let's see if we can squeeze more out of her. All right, give
Let's
me a
squeeze a
second.
little
We'll
bit
get
more
things
out of
back
her.
up and running.
Interview room is getting ready. All right. Round two. Let's go.
This is a continuation with Emma Richardson. Now, Emma, I gotta say, I don't think that you were telling me the whole truth. I don't.
I don't, Emma.
About what?
Well, about your relationship with Daniel, but more importantly, about the abuse you experienced, Emma. I mean, look, you have a dislocated elbow. The guy put you in the hospital, and for what? Because he was jealous? Come on, Emma. You know that is not normal behavior. It's not.
Right. It's not.
All right, that is pretty damn severe.
Pretty damn severe behavior.
Now, what
Red
I'm
flags.
trying to wrap my head around is why are you covering for this guy? Why are you
This piece of
downplaying
crap.
everything that happened to you?
Be honest, Emma.
Look, Emma,
Look how she just she
It is
zombified. What's going on? You drugged out?
right, it is okay to talk to me. It is okay to tell me the truth. In fact, that is the
She's about
easiest
to
thing
break.
to do right
She
now.
about
So
to break.
please, Emma, just tell me the truth.
She about to break.
Okay. It was severe, okay?
Mm-hmm.
It was very severe.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Get it out.
You know, I thought I knew him. I was falling for him. I thought he was perfect.
Mm-hmm.
But looking back, I can see that the signs were there all along. I was just
Blind.
blinded by wanting to move on and find a new partner.
Mm-hmm. Love is blind, and it can take over
But,
your
you
mind.
know, when he showed his true colors, not only did he hurt me, but he threatened to kill me and my daughter.
Oh my
at gunpoint.
God!
Okay?
Really?
At goddamn gunpoint.
Wow!
I'm sorry, when did that happen?
The day after I got out of the hospital, I
He
think it was
threatened to
Monday.
kill y'all at gunpoint.
Okay, can you tell me
Hey.
exactly what happened?
I stopped by the house that afternoon to pick up some of my stuff. I knew he'd be at work, so it was good.
She hid the biggest secret from us.
I was there maybe 5 minutes, and that's when he showed up. I was in the middle of packing, and he could clearly see that I was leaving.
Uh-huh. And he pulled the gun
Must have
out.
really pissed him off because he immediately went to the bedroom closet and grabbed a gun.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I mean, I was in shock. I didn't even know he had a gun.
Wow. Okay. You did 6 months. You ain't paying attention.
And then he threw me on the ground and pressed the gun really hard against my forehead.
Oh.
He kept yelling that the police were questioning him at work.
Uh-huh.
Apparently, after I filed the reports, some cops were questioning people.
Ah.
They even questioned some of my neighbors, including Janice.
Okay. And she told
Apparently,
you.
the higher-ups
Fired him because of
were
it.
really alarmed by all this because they put him on
Oh.
immediate leave until this all got sorted out.
Oh.
That's why he got home early that day.
So you feel guilty that
It's
he
been
got
really
fired, which
embarrassing
pissed
for
him
him
off
because
at
he was
you.
really angry.
Yeah, I see. I see.
He kept yelling that Rebecca and I needed to recant our story and to tell the cops
That it wasn't
that
true.
he never hurt me.
So you started saying that. You told us that already.
I mean, he kept saying that he was acting in self-defense and that I pushed him. He
Self-defense.
was literally trying to make it seem like it was my fault.
Okay. He's a piece of trash.
And then he made it a point to tell me that he was in control of my life.
Oh,
My job,
he controls it.
my home, everything. And that he could take that away anytime he wanted.
That's a hell of a threat.
So then he told me that if we didn't tell the police his version of what happened, that he wouldn't think twice about putting a bullet in each of our heads.
Wow. Such a conundrum you'd have gotten yourself in, Emma. Crazy.
So Emma, why did you lie to me?
I mean, clearly we see why.
Because I thought you would see this as a clear motive for killing him, that's why.
And I get that.
So you don't want us to kill him, okay?
But why in the situation that happened? Why not in that moment? Why didn't you immediately go to the police? I mean, heck, you could have even filed a restraining order against him, Emma.
Because they didn't do shit the first time, that's why.
Oh, they didn't do shit the first time.
I already
she
told
said.
them that he had physically assaulted me. I was literally in the hospital because of him.
Yeah, they didn't.
But
do
did they
shit.
protect me? Huh?
They sent you back home.
Did
with
they?
him.
I can answer that for you, detective.
I mean, but
No, they
you
didn't
decidedly
protect
went back to the house with him, right?
In fact,
was your
son
choice.
Of a bitch threatened to kill me even after I went to them. So no, I didn't think it
Even-
mattered.
Yeah, even he's still threatening to kill
So
you.
don't get me started about a restraining order. You think a restraining order, some just like little piece of paper, would stop someone like him? Someone who had threatened to kill me? Give me a break.
All right, fair enough.
I feel like she
Fair enough.
told her ex-husband everything that happened. He went up there and killed him.
So, tell me what happened after he had
He
threatened
went
you.
Dexter style because he had a plan.
He left. And I immediately gathered all my stuff and I left too.
Well, not quite Dexter style because he left the body in blood and stuff.
Now there's a flaw here though, right? I mean, there should be security cam footage of Daniel coming in the house and leaving the house, right? During that time. I mean, we have footage of you, and we got footage of you and Janice, but we literally have absolutely no footage
That's
of
true.
Daniel during that time at all.
That's true.
That's because he came in through the back. He didn't use the front door.
He
It
never
was
used the front door.
Like he was trying to catch me off guard or something.
That's-
And I'm going to assume that because you guys don't have a security camera in the back, then that means there's no
record when
record
he comes
whatsoever of
in.
him coming in or out of the house.
Ah,
Sound right?
Correct.
interesting.
Now, I'm also wondering,
And you allowed
do
that
you
to
know
happen,
why there
Emma?
would be no security cam footage from September 9th? I mean, the entire day, there's no footage. Now, that's
No
the day
footage.
that he assaulted you for the first time. Do you know why there would be no footage on that day?
I don't know. Maybe he deleted it.
Maybe he deleted it.
That is certainly a possibility.
That is certainly a possibility, Emma.
All right. Look, Emma, assuming that everything you told me is the truth, right, I want you to know that everything, and I mean everything that has happened to you, none of that is your fault.
Not of your fault. None of
I
it.
know.
Good.
Unless you killed him, that's your
And
fault.
there is help if you need it, Emma. All right,
Unless you
there's
got somebody to
shelters
kill him, that's also
that I
your
can
fault.
connect you with if you don't want to stay at that motel. There are people that you can talk to. All right, we've got a lot of resources, Emma.
She's gonna
All
say
right,
no.
you do not have to go this alone.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
All right, Emma, let's give you a break, okay? Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So let's think. Come on.
Well,
man,
that was a lot.
Yeah, it was a good bit.
If she's telling the truth, Daniel's got some pretty serious issues. It is weird that he would go through the back, though.
Right.
I mean, it's possible, but considering how in the moment he probably was, it does strike me as odd. I don't know. There's a lot to process here. All right, we got to keep these interviews going. Let's see what more we can uncover here. I got her ex-husband, Charles, up next. Let's see what this guy's got to say.
Okay.
Hang tight. Bye.
Okay. Charles is up next. The ex-husband, ex-bando. Your room is ready. All right. Let's go.
All right, Charles, we are recording. Today is September 19th. I am Detective Martin Ruiz, badge number 7621. And with me here is Charles Humphreys. So, Charles, we'll just start with you spelling your first and last name for me.
Okay. CHARLES HUMPHRIES.
And can you please acknowledge that this statement is being video and audio recorded and that you are consenting to this recording?
Yes, I did.
And lastly, if you can please acknowledge that we have already gone over your rights and that you are willfully making this statement.
Yes, I did.
All right, thank you, Charles.
Thanks,
So,
Charles.
Charles, let's just start with you telling me, why were you seen entering Daniel's house the day of his death?
Well, I
For
was
a
doing
long
favor
time,
for
too.
Emma, right? I went there to pick up some items that she had forgotten, right? She didn't want to enter that house again, so I went there for her.
And what sort of items were you
Yeah,
picking
what
up?
were you getting?
It was like some clothing and other personal items, right? I didn't sort through the bag, so I'm not 100% sure what may have been in it.
So you said
Inside
the bag. So you were there to pick up a bag of hers, is that right?
Correct, right. She put it by the front door in the entryway.
Oh, you're
I
lying.
walked in, I grabbed the bag, and I left.
Oh, you're lying. Oh, you're
And Charles,
lying.
you're a realtor, is that
Charles.
correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So that means you get to pretty much set your own hours, right?
To an extent, sure.
Now, you didn't have any appointments or any meetings that morning?
That is correct.
So, did you see Daniel when you went inside the house?
No, I didn't. I didn't
You
see
didn't.
his car in the driveway either, so I just assumed he wasn't home. But look, I didn't even go in the house. I just went in the entryway. I grabbed
You went
Emma's
in the
bag,
house.
and I left.
You're lying,
That's it.
Charles.
Now, are you aware that Daniel had been killed on that day and that his body was found inside that house?
I'm aware of it now, but at the time, no. I
He
wasn't
was
aware of it
unaware
at
of
the
it, he
time.
says. I
So
don't
what do
know
you
if
know
I believe
about
you,
Daniel's death?
Charles.
I know that he was apparently shot and killed. I'm also aware it possibly could have been a suicide, that he took his own life.
Do you believe that? Do you believe that he took his own life?
Certainly seems like a possibility, yeah.
Certainly seems like a
So how well
possibility.
did you actually know Daniel?
Not well at all. I mean, I mostly knew about him through Rebecca. I only personally met him a few times. A few times that I did meet him in person, I mean, he seemed like a pretty cool guy, right? He was friendly and upbeat, you know? Just a good all-around guy. It wasn't until much later that I learned about him abusing Emma. Needless to say, that changed my opinion of him real quick.
Yeah, I could imagine. So tell me about Emma. What is your relationship like with Emma?
Emma and I are on pretty good terms, all things considered. Right? We were married for almost 20 years. You know, we had Rebecca. Everything was going really well. But, I mean, slowly things just didn't work out like we had hoped. So we got divorced about 2 years ago. I mean, it wasn't an ugly divorce or anything like that. But we both agreed that it wasn't working out, so we decided to call it quits. Right? and here we are.
So do you still stay in touch with her?
It's not like we're best friends or anything like that, but we have a daughter together, so yeah, we are in touch from time to time.
From time to time,
And do you
like every
still
day.
care for her?
Not in a
Yes.
romantic way, no, but
Ah.
as a person and a mother of my child, yes, absolutely do care about her.
So would you be willing to do anything for her?
What, like murder?
Yes, Charles, like murder.
Yes,
No,
Charles,
of
like
course
murder.
not. Look, I would be willing to do almost anything for her because I still care about her. The murder, no, absolutely not.
So you're telling me that you did not kill Daniel when you went inside that house?
No, of course not. Look, I told you I didn't even see the guy, but if I did, I'm not going to kill
You
him.
said you ain't even go in the house, according to you.
So what about Emma? You think that maybe Emma killed Daniel? I mean, she's got more reasons to kill him than anyone else.
No, Emma didn't kill Daniel. That's ridiculous.
And how can you
It's
be so
ridiculous.
sure about that?
Yeah, how
Because
can you
she's
be
not
so
a
sure?
killer. She's like the sweetest person I know.
Well, what if she maybe hired someone or got some help? You don't think that that's
You don't
possible?
think that's possible?
No, I don't think that's possible.
Don't think that's possible, huh?
Well, look, Charles, the reality is that
Somebody
killed Daniel.
Daniel, right?
Okay, that is a fact.
A fact,
Now, we know
a fact.
that Emma has been on the receiving end of his abuse. All right? Now, that has got to be scary as hell for her. Okay, now, Charles, I'm not saying that Emma killed Daniel, okay? But, Charles, we at least have to entertain the idea that maybe she wanted him dead. Now, I don't think that that's far-fetched at all.
Not at
Hell,
all.
Charles, I have seen
He
people
threatened to
killed
kill
for far
her.
less. All right, so you don't think that Emma maybe just wanted him dead? You don't think that that's possible?
Look, I have no doubts that she wanted this man out of her life. That's obvious. But to think Emma would wish death upon him or anybody else for that matter? No, I don't believe that.
Okay.
I do not believe that she wanted him dead. No.
Okay. So you took
really
the matters
don't?
in your own hands.
No, I really don't.
She probably didn't. She really did love him. She was trying
All
to
right.
defend him.
Charles, we're going to take
I don't
a
know.
short break. All right?
She was
Just ask that
threatened
you
by him.
sit here for a bit, and I'll be right back, all right?
Yeah, no worries.
Charles is definitely lying, though. He was definitely lying. He went in that house for a long time. We saw the video. We saw the Carfax. She ain't a killer, but don't push her, right? Right.
All right, we got to hear his take on things. Now, the main thing I'm questioning at the moment is whether or not Emma is capable of either committing this murder or getting someone else to do it.
I think she could have got someone
She
else
really
to do
does
it.
seem like the person that has the most to gain from Daniel's death. But her ex, he doesn't seem to think that she has that in her. I don't know. You think Charles is telling the truth?
Hell
You
no.
think he really believes that Emma is incapable of going through with murder? Does he really believe that she had absolutely nothing to do with this? Again, we got to be careful with how we judge this. Pushing him in the wrong direction may not get us the info we need.
True that. But
I
we
wanna know what
know
you think.
he's lying. We know
I'll
he's
proceed
lying
based
about
on that.
certain aspects of this
So
story.
just give me a call when you know, and we'll go from there. All right? Bye.
Yeah, we know he's lying about certain aspects of the story. Does Charles really believe Emma had nothing to do with the murder? No, I don't believe Charles really believes that. Because first of all, let's go back to the text messages. Let's see. What they say, he died on the 12th. So she got her arm broke that time, and ever since she had her arm broke. Oh, this is Daniel actually texting her. Are you still at the hospital? So first of all, Emma never responds to Daniel. Well, yeah, no, yeah. Did you get my text earlier? Are you still at the hospital? I'm really sorry. Can you please answer your phone or at least answer my text? So Emma is not even talking to Daniel. But she is talking to Charles. I really need to see you. Can you be in a motel in an hour? So Charles keeps going up there to see her. And then Charles want to talk to Emma. 12. That's the day of the murder. Be there around 6. Yeah, of course, did something happen? Oh no, that's back to the same old text. So that's from Charles. This is Emma's text messages. This is Charles' text messages, which just says the same things. Oops, go back. Janice text messages doesn't say none. Yeah, so we do need to figure out why did Janice go in there. It says her order was to be delivered by there, but that was the day after. What was she going to say about the order? Wednesday, September 13th, right? Okay, and this is Rebecca's. So Rebecca was at work covering a shift. Let me see. Wait a minute. Your pharmacy, the file, please prepare. Good. Thanks for being there for your mom. Love you too, Dad. You still hanging? Sorry, something came up. Okay, that was after she got her arm broke. Her mom got her arm broke. Meet me at the motel. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, so she was probably working that whole time. This is Daniel. So someone not answering. Sure, I'm here. So he was in the office. Could see you in a few. Heard the police was talking to you. You still here or did you leave? So he stopped responding on the 11th. On the 12th, he never even had anything to say. So let's see. He was there in the office at 9:17. That was the last message last message was a thumbs up at 9:18. So at 11:45 a.m. there was no response for the rest of the day. Now you ordered a car ride. We picked up at 12:37. Left at 1:02. Huh. All right, let's review the video real quick. I need to see something. Early to investigate. So when he went in there, that was on the 19th. No, that's the 12th. That's the 12th. That's the 12th. So he goes up there, 9:27. He stays in there for how long? $9.31. 9:27 and 9:31. Okay. Let's see. Whoops. Okay. So right after that 9:27, after 9:31 where he leaves, texts her, "Are you going to be at the motel later at 10:23?" She says, "Yeah, why?" He says he needs to talk to her. Oh, wait a minute. Didn't he say she asked him to pick up some stuff for him? Some items at that house? I don't think she ever mentioned that. She never mentioned grabbing some stuff for her at the house. Unless she just told him in person, which could be possible. Stereo. 12:37 a.m. to 1:02 a.m. So that's after the fact. Had a ride service. So if he called if he called this car service place, that means he was still alive after uh, Charles had went in there. He was still alive, but he didn't respond. So that's maybe he wasn't still alive. I no telling. Hmm. Maybe they took his phone. They could have took his phone. All right. Think I'm done delegating. Does Charles really believe Emma had nothing to do with the murder? Um, Maybe she didn't have anything to do with it, but I know Charles is lying. So just to be on the safe side, I'm going to say no.
Hey. Okay, so you don't believe him, huh? You think he believes Emma's capable of being connected to this somehow? All right. Let's test that theory. I'll get the interview back up. Talk to you later.
We'll see. We'll see. Because we may deflect the whole situation off on her when it should be focused on him. Because I definitely believe he is the prime guy we should be looking at.
This is a continuation with Charles Humphreys. So, Charles, I'm going to be very straightforward with you, okay? I do not believe you.
You don't believe what exactly?
Well, I don't believe that you really feel that there is no way that Emma could be connected to this murder. Now, given the facts that we currently have, that certainly seems to be the most logical thing. Now, surely you have to agree with that.
No, I don't have to agree. In fact, I don't agree at all.
Charles, can we cut through the bullshit?
Can we cut through the bullshit,
Now,
Charles?
if you can put your personal feelings aside, you have to be able to see how Emma's participation is at least something that we should be looking into.
Look, Detective, I don't know how much more I can keep saying the same thing. I told you what I think. There's nothing more I could possibly say.
Very true.
So that's it.
That's it. I do not believe Emma had anything to do with this.
All right, well, Charles, we'll give you a break for now and get someone else in here, okay?
Okay.
Damn, so we did the wrong thing. Hmm.
Well, that didn't really get us anywhere. All right, I'm going to bring in Emma's neighbor, Janice, next. Let's see what she has to say. Hopefully we'll get some more insight as to what actually happened.
Yeah,
All right, let me go get her.
We should have,
Hang tight.
like I said, deflected. We were deflecting the attention off of him, putting it on her. Shouldn't have did that.
All right, Janice, we are recording. Today is September 19th. I am
Where's
Detective
she reaching?
Martin
Like she got a
Ruiz,
gun on her?
badge number 7621, and with me here today is Janice Burks. So, Janice, let's please start with you spelling your first and last name for me.
JANICEBURKES.
And can you please acknowledge that this statement is being video and audio recorded and that you are consenting to that recording?
Yes, sir, I do consent.
And lastly, please acknowledge that we have already gone over your rights and that you are willfully making this statement.
Yes, sir, we've already gone over my rights.
Well, thank you, Janice. So let's just start with a little bit of context here. Now, you live next door to Daniel Murphy and his girlfriend Emma Richardson. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And about how long have you lived at that residence?
Oh, I've lived there about 1.5 years, sir.
And prior to that, you had spent some time in prison. Is that right?
Yes, sir, 9 years.
And that was for murder, correct?
Yes, sir.
You mind telling me what happened?
Well, it's not a very complicated story. My husband at the time was very violent, very physical with me, and it had been going on a lot longer than I care to admit. One night,
You cut his dick off.
he beat me up pretty bad. Seemed like he was never going to stop. So
You stop.
I stopped him. That's it.
And how is life treating you these days?
I can't complain, sir. I'm alive. I'm healthy. I got a steady job. Just trying to live life right. God's been good to me.
Okay.
That's good. That's real good. So what is it that you do for work?
I work collections. I call people who owe money on behalf of various different companies.
Okay.
And you do this from home?
Yes, sir. That's right.
Now, I don't mean to be rude or judgmental or anything like that, but I'm
Yes, you do.
curious, how is
That's
it that
okay.
you landed in that particular neighborhood? Because it seems like it would be
Oh, it's
a
a
bit
nice
too pricey
neighborhood.
for someone with a job
Wow.
such as yours. Now, that is
Wow.
assuming that you do live alone.
Oh, yes, sir. I do live alone. That house belonged to my mother. She bought it about 20 years ago. She paid it off early. And when she died about 10 months ago, she left it to me.
Nah. Buster.
Well, thank you for that explanation. That certainly makes sense.
Uh-huh.
Now, I am curious, how well did you know Daniel and Emma?
Oh, I know Emma pretty well. Daniel, not so much. When I moved in about 1.5 years ago, Daniel had already been living there. They're pretty good neighbors. They're quiet. They stick to themselves. No parties or anything like that. I can't remember them ever having anyone over, in fact.
You really know
Rebecca, their daughter, lives with them. She's pretty quiet too. She sticks to herself. But honestly, in general, the whole neighborhood's pretty quiet, so they're no exception.
So why is it that you got to know Emma more than Daniel?
Yeah, why?
Well, it seems like Daniel works very long hours, but Emma works 9 to 5, so I see her from time to time when I went on my usual walks, and we'd stop and chat for a bit. She was one of the few people in the neighborhood who didn't look at me funny, you know? I mean, it's a small town, word gets around fast, and I'm pretty sure most of my neighbors knew about my past. They were scared, they kept their distance, but Emma, she treated me like a normal person, and I really appreciated that. And I always felt like I should kind of look out for her too, I guess.
Now, what about Charles? What do you know about him?
What you know about
Who's
Charles?
Charles?
Oh, she doesn't even.
So
know
Charles, that's Charles Humphreys. That is Emma's ex-husband.
She don't know
Oh,
nothing
that's
about
right.
him. Oh, do you?
I don't know much about him.
Okay.
I didn't ever meet him, and I don't remember Emma ever really talking about him. I'm sorry. Unfortunately, I don't know much about him.
Oh.
So, given your relationship with Emma, I am assuming that you have a good explanation as to why you were seen entering and leaving their house the day that Daniel was killed?
Oh, yes, I do.
The package.
The mail carrier had accidentally left some of their mail in my mailbox that day. We've had some trouble with porch pirates recently, so I thought I should just take it over. I didn't want to leave it on their doorstep or anything, so Emma had told me about the spare key to use in case of emergencies or whatever, so I just used the spare key. I opened the door, I dropped the mail off in the entryway, and I left.
Now, was Daniel home?
Oh, not to my knowledge. I mean, his car wasn't in the driveway.
His car
That's where
wasn't
he
in the driveway.
usually
They keep
parks
saying
it.
that.
And
His car
I didn't
was
see him in the house either.
never in the driveway.
Now, Janice, are you aware that Daniel had been shot and killed and that his body was found in that house?
Yes, officer. I was aware of that. The whole neighborhood was aware of that.
And so you didn't see him or his dead body when you went into that house to drop off that mail?
Oh, no. I mean, like I said, I just went in, dropped the mail off in the entryway, and then I left.
Janice, did you really go into that house to drop off mail?
Yeah, because I don't remember her
Yes,
having her
officer,
mail
I
in her
really went
hand.
into that house to drop off mail.
But I didn't pay attention
All
to
right.
that either.
Well, look, Janice, we are going to take a real short break. I ask that you just sit here for a second. I will be right back, okay?
Okay.
Okay, yeah, we need to review the tapes. Need to review the tapes, make sure she was carrying mail. Don't call me, Betty.
Okay, we've met the neighbor. I'm curious to know what you think about this Janice lady. You buy that story that she entered the house to drop off some mail? Let me know if you think she's lying, and I'll continue based on that. All right, talk soon.
All right. So let's take a look. Janice went in. 8:59. She's being dramatic. Yeah, she ain't got no mail in the hand. She ain't got no mail in the hand. And that's 8:58 during that morning. And how long she staying there? She ain't had no mail though. She ain't had no mail. She came in there up there in a panic. Hmm. What time was this altercation? Because we haven't even got to talk about this yet. 7:55. That was the day before the death, before he got killed.
Hey, asshole. Here, you like to hit women, huh?
What are you talking about?
Oh, no,
Get your hands off
what
me.
I know what you did to Emma.
Look, I don't know what she told you, but I didn't lay a finger on her.
Oh, shut up and cut
I
that
don't
shit.
lay a finger on her.
I know you did. If you ever do that again, I will kill you. I will fucking kill you. Do you understand
Whatever,
me?
man.
No, whatever.
Whatever, man.
I will hit you. You got that? I will fucking hit you. You want to hit somebody? Hit me. Come on, hit me. That's what I thought, tough guy. Piece of shit.
Huh. This is our only video footage of Daniel. Is of him being punked out. Like he never did anything. Hmm. That's the only footage we got of him. And this is after when she was trying to leave. This is the day before. He
really
possibly
worried
got
about you.
killed on the 11th and not the 12th.
Are you all right?
We can talk later. I gotta go.
Are you sure to take me now? Just have
Look, I said we can talk later. I gotta go.
Okay, I got you. You go ahead, I'll get the 2 things.
Okay.
It's 1 o'clock basically. That was basically 1 o'clock. On the 11th. Just want you to know I'm thinking of you, sending lots of love. That's what she says later that day. So let's see, on the 11th. Can you meet me at the hotel? Yeah, sure, I can head up there now. Okay, so that was after the issue. Oh. No, no, no. Where is it? No, it was the 11th, though. I was about to say, did she use his phone to call for the services? Somebody used his phone to call for these ride services. He was already dead, I'm assuming, by then. Most likely. And she possibly used his phone. So that was around time. Okay. Thinking about it, sending lots of love. I was Charles asking Rebecca to meet at the hotel. I really need to see you. Can you be at the motel in about an hour? So his last messages to her was on the 10th. That was after he broke her arm. Or dislocated her arm. Okay, so she calls him over as soon as she leaves the hotel. I mean, as soon as she leaves the house with Daniel, she calls Charles to meet him at the motel. Hmm. Something happened on the 11th that we don't know that caused her to run out during that day. She probably killed him. Okay. All right. Let's go. Is Janice telling the truth about dropping off the mail? There was no mail, so she's definitely not telling the truth. So I'm gonna say no.
Hey, so you don't buy that story, huh? Well, me neither. It's a bit too perfect. And, after reviewing that security footage again, her actions don't seem to match up at all. Let's see if we can find out the real reason she entered that house. I'll get the interviews back up in just a few.
Hello? You hear what? You at who house? Okay. I'm gonna need to use the car. I don't know why you keep leaving out, but yeah, in a little bit. All right. Okay. Okay. All right. All right. All right, detective. Let's see what we can squeeze out of her.
This is a continuation.
We don't believe
Janice
nobody's
Burke's.
story.
Now, Janice, according to you, the mail carrier had dropped off their mail at your mailbox by accident, right? And then you, I guess being the good Samaritan that you are, decided to bypass these potential porch pirates. So you then took that mail and you brought it directly into their home. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So Janice, what kind of mail was this?
If I remember correctly, it was just a few envelopes, I believe.
Just a few envelopes, you
So
believe,
just
huh?
a few envelopes. So why the urgency
Why so
to
important?
drop off just a few
Janice?
envelopes? You couldn't
Yeah.
wait until they got home?
I guess I could have. I didn't really give it that much thought.
Right,
I
Janice.
just saw that I had their mail.
Just
and
like your
I
story
thought
isn't
I'd bring
giving
it
much
over
thought
to them,
right
that's
now.
all.
Janice, you
What's
are
up,
lying
Doc?
to me.
Happy Labor Day. How's it going? Going
What do
pretty
you
good
mean,
for me.
sir?
It just
I
happened to
mean
be off. You
that
know me.
there is absolutely nothing that supports your statement whatsoever. Look,
Nothing that
you
starts
having their
sports.
mail is no reason to go inside
Inside
of
of
their
their
home. You
house.
could have simply just held on to their mail, Janice.
Yeah, Janice.
And
And we
please
saw
don't
you
tell
walk in
me
with no mail.
that you were concerned with porch pirates, because porch pirates are looking for packages, okay? Things that have actual value. They're not just looking for regular mail. Now, Janice, if you're going to lie to me, come up with something like
Same good, you doing
like I don't
well?
know, like
Yeah, how
there was a
about you?
check
How
in
you
the
doing?
mail
How's
or
your day
something
been
like that,
going? How's
because
your week been
then
going?
it
How's
would be
your
a
life
little
been
bit more
going, Doc?
believable.
You know it's been a minute.
Now, Janice, you are still on probation. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, do you think that lying to a detective
Huh?
who is
Get on
trying
her.
to solve a murder case,
Trying to solve a
do
murder
you
case,
think that is
Janice.
going to be helpful?
Is that going to be helpful for
Look, Janice,
you,
that is
Janice?
considered obstruction of justice, okay?
Obstruction of
Now,
justice.
you are not a stupid person, okay?
You're
You're
not
not.
stupid, Janice. You're smart.
So we are going to try
You just
this
make stupid
again.
decisions.
Why were you seen entering their house the day that Daniel was killed?
Janice said, I want my lawyer. I know.
All right.
Go. Let's get a face cam. We need a face close up.
I heard a gunshot.
It's all right. Moved recently, so that
I
required a
rushed
lot of
over
energy,
there
but
to
things are
see
settling down now.
if
Thankfully,
everything
that's
was
what's up.
okay. And when I entered the home, I looked around. That's when I saw Daniel lying there dead in the bed.
Oh, she saw.
I didn't know what to think, so I panicked and I just left.
So, Janice, why did you lie about that?
Trying to protect.
Come on, sir. I went to prison for 9 years for killing my abusive husband. Then I'm seen leaving and entering a home where a man is killed. A man who is known to have physically abused his girlfriend. How do you think that looks?
Make you look like an Avenger or
Well,
something.
not very good, to be honest.
Not very good at all.
Very true. Shouldn't have went there being
All
nosy
right,
though, Janice.
So just
Why'd
to
you
make
go in
sure
their house?
that I get this right. So you heard a gunshot. You go
Okay.
enter the house. You see Daniel and he's dead. And you
Uh-huh.
lie to protect yourself. Is that basically it?
Yeah,
Not looking good for you, Janice.
That's it.
Ooh, wee, Janice.
So you're telling me that you did not kill Daniel.
I did not kill Daniel.
So Daniel was already killed when you had entered that house.
Yes.
And Janice, why should I believe you?
Janice, why
Because it's
should we
the
believe
truth.
you, Janice? Because
truth.
it's the truth.
Yes, sir.
You can't handle the truth, Janice. You're a detective in this game. I am, Doc.
All right, we are going to put a pause on this for now, okay, Janice?
Okay, Janice. Well, we did get a good nugget of information out of that. She went back to the house. That was on the 12th because she heard a gunshot. And that was actually the 11th when she heard the gunshot.
Well, that interview certainly adds a new dimension to this whole thing.
It does.
That is, of course, if Janice is being honest about finding Daniel dead. I honestly don't know. At this point, who knows? All right, I'm going to bring in Rebecca Humphreys, Emma and
Okay.
Charles's kid.
Okay,
Let's
the
see if
kid.
she can shed any more light on this case. All right.
The kid's
let me go
always
get
the
her.
most honest.
We'll be back up in just a sec.
This is
All
why
right.
she's last.
Bye.
Or probably last, I'm guessing. All right, hold on. So, just seeing. Oh, there you go. All right, yeah, hold on. So she runs in. Whoops. That's the 12th. That's the day of the 12th. Okay, so I thought it was the 11th still. But that's the 12th she runs in. And she finds him dead already at 8:59 in the morning. So she's there. She finds him dead. I think in like 1 minute she runs back out. So she's not even in there long. Yeah. Right at 9 she runs back out. Been there for like a minute. She walks so like nothing is a matter though. Like nothing's wrong. It's kind of weird. Like there was no like panic in that, and after seeing a dead body. Even after seeing it for like a minute. He goes in there after he's looking for the key, but the key isn't there. That's the same day. So did Janice take the key? But the door is already open because she didn't lock the door. Hold on. Did she lock the door? She didn't lock it back. She just left out, right? And didn't put the key back. Did she put the key back? See, now I'm asking all the questions. All right, she grabs the key. She goes in. Comes back out. Oh yeah, nah, she didn't lock the door and she didn't put the key back. Huh. And that was before the ex-husband comes and goes in the same day. Yeah, that was like 30 minutes prior that he comes in looking for the key. The key's not there, but the door is already unlocked, so he just goes in. Okay, but he stays in way longer to do what, though, if he's seen the body? And he just grabs some things that she asked for. He just ignores the dead body. Hmm. 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 I'm not buying it. All right. So let's go on and see what the kid has to say.
All right, Rebecca.
Who runs
we
over
are
after hearing a
recording.
gunshot? Could have just
Today
called the cops.
is
Right.
October 19th. I am Detective
That's that was
Matthew
the nosy
badge
neighbor.
number
That's what
762.
Janice is.
And with me here today is Rebecca Humphreys. So, Rebecca, can you please spell your first and last name for me?
Did Rebecca
first
do
name
this?
is R-E-B-E-C-C-A.
I don't think Rebecca could have done this, but we'll
Last
see.
name
You never know.
Humphreys, Humphrries.
Thank you. And can you please acknowledge that this statement is being video and audio recorded and that you consent to this recording?
Yes, I do.
And lastly, just acknowledge that we have already gone over your rights and that you are willfully making this statement.
Yes, I am.
All right, Rebecca. Let's start with you telling me where you were at the day of Daniel's death.
Yeah, so that day I was over at my dad's house.
Right.
So you were at your dad's house, but you don't live with your dad, do you?
No, I
Right.
don't, but I do stay with him sometimes.
Right.
And you were there the whole day?
Yeah, I don't really remember any reason to leave that day.
So can you remind me, how old are you?
I'm 20.
So you're
Okay.
20.
Mhm.
And you are a student at Fisham Community College, is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
So you didn't have any classes that day?
Well, I mean, yeah, I did, but I had a very important paper that was due for my intro to psych class the next day.
Right.
So I decided to stay home and focus on that instead, since my other classes weren't important.
Now your dad, he wasn't at home, right? He was at work?
Yeah, that's right. He usually doesn't get home until late in the evening.
Mhm.
So is there anyone that can corroborate that you were at your dad's house the whole day?
I mean, like, sort of. I work at the main coffee shop at the school, and I had texted one of my coworkers asking if he could cover my shift for that day.
So you didn't go to work that day either?
No, I didn't. Like I said, I wanted to focus on my paper.
Oh, okay.
Now,
So
I'm gonna
I had it
ask you a
confused. Like
question,
she
and
asked to
please
be
be honest,
to
okay?
cover. No,
Yes.
she needed the money, right?
Do you think that either of your parents had something to do with Daniel's murder?
No, of course not.
Now, I'm not asking you if they killed him, just if they may have possibly had some involvement. Now, based on the history, you don't think that that's possible?
No, absolutely not. Like, no, I know my parents. It's not possible.
Not possible.
Okay. So, how long have you been living with Daniel and your mom?
We officially moved in like about a month ago or so, but my mom had practically been like living over there like 3 or 4 months before that.
Mm-hmm.
And you were aware that there had been some domestic issues during that time between Daniel and your mom, correct?
Yeah.
Can you elaborate?
Elaborate, please.
Well, first off, I want to like make sure that you know that the domestic issues, as you put it, weren't happening the whole time that I've been living there. It was
Mm-hmm.
kind of all recent, actually.
Sure.
Okay.
Gotcha.
Sure. Whatever.
So yeah, please
They're
continue.
being very protective of this guy.
So, like, it's pretty straightforward, but I want to say like about a week and a half ago. I was in my room reading, and I heard some screaming and yelling and banging, and I went down to the kitchen, and I found my mom on the floor crying, and she was just obviously like in a lot of pain, and she was grabbing her right arm, and just her and Daniel had gotten into some sort of an argument, and he pushed her to the ground like pretty damn hard.
So did you see him push her to the ground?
No, I didn't, but it was pretty obvious that that's what had happened.
Mm-hmm.
Now, is this the only incident that you were aware
Yeah,
of?
please tell us.
As far as I know, yeah.
As far as she knows,
As
okay.
far as I'm aware.
Now, this incident landed your mom in the hospital. I mean, she has a dislocated elbow.
Yeah, I know, I'm aware. I know.
You don't think that maybe your mom would want to seek some sort of revenge?
No, my mom wouldn't seek revenge. Like, you do know that she's the one who filed the police report, right?
Yes.
Because you got her to do it.
Okay, so why would she file a police report if she was planning on killing him?
She didn't want to do it.
She wanted the police to get involved. That's literally the whole reason why she went to the police in the first place. She wanted them to deal with it.
But she knew they didn't deal with it.
All right, well, then what about your dad?
What about him?
Yeah.
Well, it seems that he and your mom are still on pretty decent terms. I mean, all things considered.
Mm-hmm.
It seems that he still cares for her.
Mm-hmm.
Cares
you don't
deeply.
think that maybe he acted out of a need to protect her?
No, absolutely not.
How can
Why
you be
not?
so sure?
Yeah, why
Because
not?
I know my dad. Like,
You're very
that's
defensive.
not even close to the kind of person that he is. Like, he's not a murderer. Like, I don't even, like, I can't believe I even have to, like, say that to you.
Look, Rebecca, I know that this can be hard.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I know that, but we have to think logically.
Think
right?
logically,
Yeah.
Rebecca.
Now, try to put your personal feelings aside
Try
as
to
best
just
as you can. all
Think
right?
of him not as your father, but as a murderer.
Now, do you really believe that your parents had nothing to do with Daniel's murder?
No, my parents had nothing to do with Daniel's murder. There's no way.
There's no way.
All right, fair enough.
No way.
So look, we're going to take a short break, all right? Just going to ask that you sit here, and I'll be back in just a few, okay?
Okay.
No way, she says. Well, what you got for me, Martin?
Alright, so there's still a lot to unpack here. But the main thing I really want to know right now is if you think she really believes her parents had nothing to do with Daniel's death. I mean, I know they're her parents and all, but the motivation is pretty easy to spot, especially when it comes to her mom. I just can't tell if she's being honest or if she's blowing smoke up our ass. Look it over and tell me what your read is on her. Let me know if you think she really believes they had nothing to do with it. We'll go from there.
I don't think she has an idea of anything going on with them. Does Rebecca really believe her parents had nothing to do with the murder? First of all, though, let's go back to Rebecca's messages. Now, okay, she did ask Moses, can you cover my shift tomorrow morning? Sorry, just not seeing this. Yeah, I can cover it. I can use the money. Okay. So yeah, she did ask him to cover her shift. I read it backwards. I thought she was trying to get an extra shift to work. All right, so she did end up staying with her father. Wait a minute. hear it there now. She met her dad at the motel, though. Was it to stay with them? Okay. Hmm. Let's go to Charles' messages. Okay, wait a minute. So, same day, 1:23 p.m., she needs to see Charles. Charles goes to the hotel, to the motel in an hour. That's at 2. And then at same, like around 2, Rebecca asks Charles asks Rebecca, can you meet at the hotel? And Rebecca says, yeah, I can hear it there later. I can hear it there now. And then, huh. They all went to the hotel on the 11th. Men meeting up at the hotel. They planned something that day. They all was in the house but never noticed that he was dead either. Yeah, that's weird. Weird, weird, weird. All right. Does Rebecca really believe her parents had nothing to do with the murder? Um, I feel like maybe she doesn't believe it. Because maybe they're trying to not shield her from the situation. I don't know, you guys. I really don't. I don't believe she's lying though, so I believe she doesn't know.
Hey, so you think she's being sincere? I can see that. She does seem to believe her parents weren't involved. Now, whether they were or not, that's a whole other story.
That's a whole nother story. Very true.
All right, let me get back in there. Bye.
Yeah, let's not deflect the whole situation like we did last time.
Okay, this is a continuation with Rebecca Humphreys. So look, Rebecca, I do believe that you think your parents had nothing to do with Daniel's murder, okay? I do believe that.
Mm-hmm.
But look, we still cannot ignore the facts, okay? We can't. Now, are you aware that your dad was seen entering and leaving Daniel's house the day of the murder?
No, I didn't know
Yeah,
that. I wasn't
yeah,
aware
you
of
didn't know that. Of course you didn't
Yeah, the
know.
whole thing was caught on security cam.
Mm-hmm.
So now with this new information, does that change your perspective at all?
No,
No, not at all.
I knew it doesn't.
If my dad was seen entering the house that day, then I'm sure he has a perfectly good reason for it, but murder's definitely not the reason. It doesn't make any sense. It can't be.
It can't be, she
All right, so
says.
Rebecca, look. So if your parents were not involved and you were at your dad's house the whole day, then you tell me, what is your theory on what happened to Daniel?
Look, I don't know. I don't know, okay? I really don't. What I do know is that Daniel wasn't this perfect guy that everybody seems to think that he was. I mean, he like had two personalities. Sure, everybody saw the clean-cut business guy, but behind closed doors, it was a completely different story.
What do you mean?
I mean, like, he was mentally unstable, okay? Like, he could be a real piece of shit, especially when he was drinking. Probably got really drunk, got all depressed, and then just shot himself. I mean, I could see that happening. Have you guys ever considered that maybe nobody actually killed Daniel?
Yes, Rebecca, of course we
Yeah, we
considered
considered that, but
consider
that's
all
a
possibilities.
that's bull. Who shoots
Okay,
themselves
then,
in
like,
the
I really
in
don't
the
know what to
side, in
tell
the gut
you, because that's all I can think of.
to kill
I
themselves?
don't know.
So there's nothing else that you feel that I should know?
No, not that I can think of, no.
All right, well then let's take a break. All right, you can step out of here for now, okay?
I think she gave us some good information.
All right, we've heard from everyone that we brought here today. There's still lots of things that aren't adding up or that simply don't make any sense at all.
Yeah, it's a lot.
And, most importantly, we still don't know exactly what happened to Daniel.
We don't.
I think it's
We
time
don't
we
know
turned up the
nothing.
heat.
Okay,
Start poking some holes.
sounds good.
I'm going to get Emma back in here first for another round.
Okay,
Let's see what we can squeeze out of her.
nice.
I'll be
I like
back
your
in the
thinking.
interview room with her in just a sec.
Like your thinking.
All right. Bye.
All right, round 2 with Emma. Round 3 with Emma, I guess.
All right, this is a continuation with Emma Richardson. Now, Emma, I've been giving some thought regarding your whereabouts on the day of Daniel's murder, and just to be clear, you were at the Best Day Motel the entire day, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So you didn't leave at all, not even to get food or anything like that?
Actually, I did leave the motel that morning. It was quick, though. I went to get breakfast at the diner across the street from the motel. I got the food to go, and then I went back to the motel and stayed there the rest of the day.
So around what time did you go to the diner?
It was early, probably around 7.
Around 7. So you did not leave the motel at all any time after getting that breakfast around 7 a.m.?
No, I did not.
Now, did you eat dinner?
Yes, of course.
Okay, so then how was it that you got your dinner that day?
Charles stopped by that evening to bring me dinner.
Oh, that's very kind of him.
Yes, it was.
So what time did he stop by?
I believe it was around 6-ish.
Around 6-ish. Now, did Charles bring you anything else?
Like what?
Like anything? Anything,
Like anything.
besides the dinner itself?
I don't think so.
Oh,
And you're sure about that?
oh. So he
Yes,
didn't bring you
I'm
none of the stuff that was in the bag.
All right, so I'm going to assume that if I were to stop by that diner and talk to some of the folks there, that someone who was working that morning would be able to verify that you were indeed there getting your breakfast around 7 a.m. Does that sound right?
I believe so, yes.
All right, well, let's assume that someone from the diner can verify you were there that morning, and let's also assume that Charles can corroborate that he did bring you dinner that evening. Is there anyone else that can account for your time, say, between the hours of 7:30 a.m. and 6 p.m. that day?
No, I don't think so.
There's no one at all.
No one I can think of.
All right, so just to make sure that I have this clear,
No alibi.
you definitely did not go to Daniel's house at all the day that he was killed. Is that correct?
That's right.
She didn't go.
So see, based on what I have so far, it seems to me that either Janice or Charles committed this murder. In fact, maybe the two of them even worked together. You know, I don't know.
Why would you say that?
Why would I say
Well, because
that?
Emma,
He's dead,
the two of them were both seen entering and leaving Daniel's house the same day that he was killed.
Mm-hmm.
But that doesn't make any sense.
Why would they go in the house?
I mean, neither of them would do something like that.
Emma, how can you be so sure of that?
How can you be so sure,
well, in
Emma?
Janice's case, she had no reason to do such a thing. She hardly even knew Daniel.
That's true. That's
Right.
true.
But she knows you.
But she
And
discovered
she knows
the
what
body.
you've been through. I am sure that Janice can empathize with you. You don't think so?
Of course.
Janice is on probation. She's been through a really difficult and unfortunate situation. She served her time, and she has a good life now. You think she would screw all that up for some guy she hardly knows? Or me, her neighbor?
Honestly, I don't know.
Well, she wouldn't.
All right, well then what about Charles?
What about
Because
Charles?
he was also
Because
seen
that's my
entering
main
Daniel's house that
suspect.
day. And we have already established that you are clearly someone important enough in his life to look out for. I mean, maybe he was, trying to care for you. Maybe, protect you.
Charles is not a killer. Does he care for me? Yes, and I care for him too.
Mm-hmm.
We've known each other for a really long time.
Mm-hmm.
But it's just not in his character to do something like that. He would never kill someone, or even
Maybe
think
when he was
about doing
drunk.
something like that, for that matter. It's just not who he is.
We got video footage that shows different.
All right, Emma, give me a second, okay? I will be right back.
We got video footage that shows different, Emma.
Well, I don't think this is adding up at all. I feel like we must have some evidence that contradicts her statement. Can you look over everything and see if you can find a clear contradiction? That'll add a lot more weight when I go back in there. Give me a call when you got something. Thanks.
Select contradictory evidence. Okay, hold on. So this is the 11, right? Hold on. Hold on. So when she walks out, yeah, that's the 11. That's the 11. Okay. So she says she wants to breakfast around 7, 6 or 7-ish. She says she went in there and found the dead body. She had 1 minute. I don't believe she would have done it and been able to do it in 1 minute. So let's see. Need some contradictions. Some contradictions. From the most recent interview. All right, let's check some messages. Let's check some messages real quick for the final day. Because she says she didn't go anywhere. Okay, so let's see. So, messages, so we can't say that she went there or not around that time. She just asked him about the motel around 6. Are you gonna be at the motel later? So it's like he knew that she wasn't gonna. I don't know. He came around 6 like she said. Still gotta figure out why this ride service came when he's apparently already dead. They kept saying his car wasn't out there the whole day. Could they have been in his car? Oh. They were saying that the back door was open, right? Cracked open. So. System being shot by a third party. Front door was found unlocked. Rear patio door was found partially open. There were signs of a struggle. He was drunk. Extreme high levels of alcohol consumption. Shot with his own gun. That's just his. One glass. One piece of contradictory evidence. Ah, yeah, she said she didn't bring her anything. That's right. Statement made by Emma Richardson. And his statement said that he meant to bring her. And nobody ever even mentioned this fight. These just text messages. Her statement. Oh, we got it. This right. inventory. Select the contradictory evidence. It says the contradictory evidence. Most recent. Reset. Oh, things. What do they want from me? Oh, the back door was cracked. No. Oh, I guess I just choose it and then they'll talk about it once they talk about it. Yeah, we'll go with that. Oops. Let's go with this one. Submit now. Alright. Is that it? No? Why did not let me yeah, this is weird. I'm so confused as what they want me to do here. I don't know. I don't know, you guys. I don't know what they want me to do here. I'm trying to submit my contradictory evidence. And they are not accepting it. Hmm. Like, there's nothing. What?
Hello? Yes, that's it.
Is it?
Kinda hard to argue that Charles isn't capable of murder, or at least thinking about it when you have him on video literally threatening to kill someone.
Oh, okay.
That
Yeah,
is
true.
good stuff. All right, let me show her this and see what sort of explanation she has. This is good.
Yeah, that's
Thanks.
good.
All
That's
right, let me
good.
get back in there.
Hey,
Hang tight.
anything, I'm good at my job. I mean, I didn't just stumble upon that. Nah, I didn't just do that. That was all intentional. All right, let's go.
All right, this is another continuation with Emma Richardson. Now, Emma, you had told me earlier, and I'm paraphrasing here, but you said something along the lines of Charles not being capable of committing murder or even thinking about it. Does that ring a bell?
Yes, absolutely.
All right, I want you to do me a favor and turn your attention to the TV here. I want you
Look
to
over
take
here
a
at
look
this screen right here.
Yeah, asshole. I know what you did there, Mom. Look, I don't know what she told you, but I didn't lay a finger on her. Oh, shut up and cut that shit. I know you did. If you ever do that again, I will kill you. I will fucking kill you. You understand me? No, whatever. I won't let you. You got that?
I will end you. I will fucking end you.
So what do you think now?
Yeah, what you got to say, Emma? It's
I know
close up.
how it looks, but surely you can see he's not being literal.
Oh.
Yes, he's angry and obviously trying to scare the shit out of Daniel. But to think he literally meant what he said, it's absolutely ludicrous.
Is it?
Is it really?
Is it really,
It's
Emma?
a figure of speech.
Oh, I will kill
Obviously,
you. I will
Charles is
kill
not a
you. It's just a
murderer.
figure of speech.
Emma, I am showing you clear proof right here that Charles threatened to kill Daniel. Now that absolutely makes him a suspect, and it shows clear intent.
Yep.
Now, I hear you when you say that you think Charles isn't a murderer. But Emma, what actual proof do you have that Charles did not kill Daniel?
Yeah,
And I
what
mean
proof do you
real proof,
Real
not just
proof.
your thoughts
Thoughts.
and feelings.
Yeah, your thoughts and
I
your
don't have
feelings.
any actual proof.
There you go.
Well, there
That
you
right
have
there
it.
is the problem. All right, that is a big problem that I need to get to the bottom of. So look, we are going to put a pause on this for now because I absolutely do need to speak to Charles again. All right?
Okay.
Okay. She had nothing to say on that, huh? Come on, Martin, hit me up with the call.
All right. I think we're making some progress here.
Finally.
Time will tell. You did a good job finding the right evidence.
I mean, it took
So
me a
now,
minute.
let's see what Charles has to say.
Yeah,
I'm going to
let's-
get him back in here.
And then we
I'll
got
talk
to
to you in a
bring up the evidence that he's supposed to bring some stuff to her, and she said, no, he wasn't supposed to bring nothing but some food. He ain't had no food in that bag. Let's go.
All right, this is another continuation with Charles Humphreys. So Charles, I want to revisit your relationship with Daniel.
I mean, sure, but like I told you before, there wasn't much of a relationship. I only met the guy a few times.
So when was the last time that you saw him?
Mm-hmm.
Probably a few months ago, maybe.
A few months
Honestly, I'm
ago.
not sure.
You're not sure.
So you didn't see him on September 11th?
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, I do remember now. Yeah,
Oh,
I
he saw
him
him.
that morning. That's
Yeah,
right.
you did.
I'm
oh,
sorry,
you
I forgot about that.
oh, you forgot about
See,
you
Charles,
threatening
I
his
don't
life.
know how you could forget that.
Yeah, how did
What
you
he
did you
did.
threaten his life?
Well, Charles, we have security cam video that shows you violently threatening him. In fact, Charles, we can take a look at that right now.
Yes, let's
Yeah,
look at it
sure.
right now, Charles. Let's
Well,
look
Charles,
at it
I
right
just
now,
want to
Charles.
refresh your memory, okay? So you
Yeah.
know that you forgot. So please, indulge me,
Widescreen.
okay? Take a look.
Please take a look. Like we're on a talk show.
Yeah, asshole.
You wearing that same jacket. We know it's you. Probably got the same shirt on.
Oh, shut up and cut that shit. I know you did. If you ever do that again, I will kill you. I will fucking kill you.
I will fucking kill you. We heard that.
So, Charles, is it coming back to you now?
Close
Yeah.
up. Close up.
Charles, you are seen here threatening Daniel's life, all right? Now, that is pretty damn serious.
Pretty serious accusation,
Especially
Charles.
considering the fact that the man whose life that you threatened, well, he was found killed the very next day.
The very next day. Isn't that something?
I know how it looks, but I swear that was just an empty threat. I didn't mean it literally. But I was pissed, man. He laid hands on Emma, and I wanted him to know that I wasn't going to put up with that shit, period.
So you had no intentions of actually following through with that threat?
No, I wasn't actually going to kill him. But yeah, if he hurt Em again, I would have probably went there and kicked his ass. But no, I wasn't actually going to kill him.
Okay, fair enough.
Fair enough.
So let's talk about your other visit.
Yeah, let's
to
talk about
Daniel's
your
house.
other
The next
visit,
day,
though.
The day that he was
Yeah.
actually
The
killed.
day he was
Yes,
dead.
sir. What more do you want to know?
Well, you went there to gather some of Emma's personal belongings based on her request, right?
Based on her
Yes,
request.
that's right.
Mm.
And I'm assuming that you were able to get everything that you were sent there to get. Is
That
also
she
correct?
needed. That she
Yes,
asked
that's
for.
So when did you actually bring these items to Emma?
When did
Later
you
that
give it to
night.
her?
At the motel.
At the
Yes,
motel?
at the
6
motel.
o'clock? 6 o'clock that
And
evening?
you had also brought her
dinner,
as well
yeah.
that evening. Is that correct?
Yes, that's
Exactly.
correct.
Oh, okay.
So Charles, when you were actually inside of Daniel's house gathering these items, how long would you say that you were in there?
How
for?
long were you in there, Charles?
Pretty quick, maybe a minute at the most.
Oh, maybe a
minute
minute.
at
No,
most? Really?
no,
Well, I
Charles.
just went into the
No,
house
Charles.
and grabbed a bag that was right at the entryway.
You're lying again, Charles. You keep saying it's
So
at
you
the
had no
entryway. It was
reason
not.
to look around the house at all?
No, not at all.
See, this is the problem with this, Charles. We cannot be
All right,
honest.
Charles, well, let me process this, okay, for a little bit.
Yeah,
So we'll
talk
take a
to
short
me. That's
break
what he
and
means
then
by
we'll
process. He
be
means
right
talk
back,
to
okay?
his partner, which is me. Don't call me. Hit me up, Martin. I got something to tell you. I got the tea for you.
All right, there are definitely some holes in this guy's story.
Okay, I'm glad you
I'm
know.
going to need you to find some concrete proof. Let's nail this guy hard, all right? Let me know what you can find. Thanks.
What you mean? What you mean? The bag he had in his hand. Two pieces of contradictory evidence from the most recent interview. So, from what her statement was, and from the bag in your hand.
Hey, there it is.
There it
There it
is.
is. Fantastic work. Good
Fantastic.
eye. Yes, he
Appreciate
is
it.
clearly in the house for way longer than just a
That
minute.
too. Yeah, for sure.
And yeah, you're right. Emma stated that he only brought her food the night of Daniel's death.
That's
She
right.
made it pretty clear that he didn't bring her anything else. So
That's
why would
correct.
he go through the trouble of getting her personal items and then not actually give them to her? That makes no sense at all.
None.
All right, let's get the show back up and running. We need answers.
We need the
Talk soon.
truth.
Bye.
We need the truth, and we're gonna get it. Doggone it. We gonna get it,
All right,
doggone
this
it.
is a continuation with Charles Humphreys. Now, Charles, I want you to take a look at this footage right here.
Take a look
okay?
at the video one more time. You go looking for the key. We know the key's not
What am
there.
I looking for exactly?
Well, you can clearly see that that's you at the front of Daniel's house, correct?
Yes, I can see that.
So can you look up there and tell me what is the date?
It's September 12th,
Right, and the time? What does that say?
9:27 a.m.
So
9:27.
9:27 a.m. All
You
right.
staying there for
Now
like
let's fast forward through this. We'll
5
jump to
minutes? Well, maybe 4 minutes.
right about here. All right, now, can we agree that this is you leaving Daniel's house that same morning?
Yes, it is.
So, again, can you look up there and tell me
Tell me the time again.
does
What
it say
time?
now?
7:30
It's 9:31.
or 9:31. Oh,
So
9:31.
9:31
Okay.
a.m.
About 5 minutes.
Now, see, Charles, you told me
4 or
that you were
5
in
minutes.
Daniel's house for no more than 1 minute.
But you were in there
And now
for
I'm showing
4.
you the security cam video that shows that you were in there for about 3 to 4 minutes. Now, Charles, I can't understand why it would take 3 to 4 minutes
to grab a
to
bag
simply
that's
go
right
inside of the
there
house,
by the
grab
door.
a bag that's right there in the entryway, and then leave. So, Charles, can we cut the bullshit?
Can we cut the bullshit,
All right,
Charles?
why did you go inside this house? And more importantly, what were you doing in this house? And this time, Charles, please, Do not lie to me.
Do not lie, Charles. Make
Look,
it easy
I
on
don't know if
yourself.
you're aware, but Daniel threatened Emma at gunpoint the day before he died. Now, obviously, this guy was unstable, but I didn't know he had a gun in the house.
So how did you find out about the gun?
Emma told me, and I was afraid Daniel was going to flip out again and actually use the gun to hurt him. So I decided to go over to the house and see if he was there. But when I got there, his car wasn't in the driveway. So I thought I could go in the house and find the gun and take it from him.
All right, so just to be clear, the reason that you went to the house was to find this gun.
That's right. And when I went in the house, I immediately went into their bedroom thinking that's where it would be. But instead, I find the guy lying there dead, and the gun is in his hand too. You know, I panicked. I didn't know what to do. You know, I remember they had the security cam out front, so that freaked me out, right? And I knew it was going to look bad, me coming in the house and this guy being dead. So I quickly kind of came up with this plan to grab some of Emma's stuff and put it in this bag. So it seemed like I had a reason to be there.
Mm.
So this whole thing was just a performance for the security cam?
For the security
Yeah, I
camera.
guess that's one way to put it.
Oh, my God.
Well, I guess that does make sense. Because see, Emma, she stated that the only thing that you brought her that evening was dinner.
Yeah, I know. I mean, it's stupid and I'm sorry. But I didn't want to have any connection to this guy's death. I mean, the whole situation makes it look like I did it. Hell, I don't even know if you believe what I'm saying. And I know it sounds crazy, but it's the truth.
All right, so if your intent was to go there and to find this gun, then why do you look so confused when you first arrived?
Honestly, that's what I'm still confused about. Because I went to reach for the spare key.
Spare key, and it
So
wasn't
I
there.
thought I'd try the door anyway, and to my surprise, it was already
It was
unlocked.
already unlocked because you didn't
So
know.
who do you think could have taken that spare key?
We know who got the key.
Honestly, I have no clue. I mean, I know it wasn't me, and it definitely wasn't Rebecca, because she
We
has
know
no
who has the
keys in
key.
the house, so I don't know.
We
And I don't know
who
why
has
they
the
would
key.
let the door unlocked. That doesn't make any sense either.
We know.
But what I do know is that it's obvious that somebody was there before me. They took the spare key, and they went through the front door.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, Charles, we're
we
gonna
we already came
give
to
you
that
a
deduction,
break, all right?
Charles.
You can step out of here for now, okay?
Okay.
That was already deduced, Charles.
Hey, I think that went well.
It went pretty good.
It's quite a story, though. You know, I'm still not sure who to believe at this point in time. That being said, he did hit the nail on the head. Someone was absolutely there before him, and we know exactly who that was.
Yes, we do.
Now we got both Janice and Charles saying they arrived at the house that morning, and both claim they found Daniel already dead.
Right.
Yeah, I am not too sure I buy that. Now, I can see Charles's possible motivation for killing Daniel, but Janice's is a little unclear. I mean, maybe she was triggered by seeing another woman she knew dealing with a similar type of abuse that she experienced? I don't know. Well, regardless, we gotta move forward.
I don't know. Janice
wanna hear
didn't know
more from
about her
Janice.
husband.
I'll grab
She
her now.
didn't know about
We'll be
Emma's
back up in
husband.
just a sec.
And she had been in jail for about 9 years. That could always bring up the story of maybe they had a relationship that we didn't know about. Some intimacy. But we shall see. Let's go talk to Janice.
Okay, this is a continuation with Janice Burks. So look, Janice, I just want to explore your relationship with Emma a bit more.
Yeah, a little bit
That's
more. A
fine.
little bit more.
Sure. What more would you like to know?
Well, you mentioned having a positive relationship with her. So yeah, I just want to, I guess, get a better understanding of what that relationship looks like.
Well, like I told you before, Emma's always treated me nicely. And we talk from time to time so we get to know each other a little bit. She looks out for me, I look out for her. She's never judged me whatsoever, and I think that speaks a lot to her character. She's a very good person, and I'm really glad I got to know her.
Okay.
Now, would you say that she trusts you?
To a certain extent, yes, I would say that.
Now, were you aware of the physical abuse that she had experienced? Did she trust you enough to share that information?
No. I knew they had some arguments. Sounded pretty bad, too. It was loud enough you could hear it next door. But I wasn't aware of any actual physical abuse.
So you were aware that they had some pretty bad arguments,
Yes, I was aware of that.
but you were not aware of any actual physical abuse.
No, sir.
Now, you met Daniel a few times, so I'm wondering, do you think that he seems like the kind of guy that would be capable of physically striking a woman?
Like you just said, I only met him a few times, so I don't think I would be the best judge of his character.
Well, just in the limited interactions that you had with him, does he seem like the kind of guy that would be capable of physically striking a woman?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No.
All right, well, Janice, we are going to take a real short break.
Janice, like, what the hell you
it'd
asking
be
me
great
that
if you
for?
can use this time to maybe think about your encounters with Daniel and see if you can maybe come up with a more concrete answer, because I would appreciate that.
Sure. I mean, but I don't know what else there is to think about.
Well, just try. That's all I'm asking.
Wow. Just try to think of something.
Sure.
Well, thank you, Janice.
I don't know where Martin is going with that one. But okay, Martin. Let me see what you got to say. So I would just give you a second to think about your relationship with him.
Well, she does seem to have all the right answers, doesn't she? But there's gotta be some flaws. It just all seems a bit too perfect. There's gotta be more to this than what she's telling us. All right, let's take some time here. Look through everything you got, see if there's any contradictory evidence we can use to prove this statement of hers is full of shit. Hopefully you can find something good. Give me a call when you got something, all right? Bye.
2 pieces of contradictory evidence. From the most recent interview. Okay, so what did we really even talk to her about in this interview? Not much. We asked about her relationship with her and Emma, and then we asked about her relationship with her knowing Daniel. She said she didn't know much about Daniel. But she got to know something. She said she didn't know about the physical abuse. Don't tell me, Janice, you did it, Janice. Don't tell me you did it, Janice. Lots of love. So was it about hmm. That's pretty much all we got. Text message breaks from Janice and her interview. But she said what? What did she say? Um, we need to find out. Hmm. Wait a minute, this was. Let me check something. This was when? This was the 10th, right? Right after the. Oh no, that's the 11th, where she's leaving out. And now I need to check the text messages. What time? Hmm. Maybe he tried to kill her. I think maybe he tried to kill her. Cause let's see. That was there's a reason I was trying to look at the time for these messages. So at the 10th, she already knew that she was injured. This answer's right in my freaking face. It's the fact that she knows that he was being abusive. Okay, no, no, no. Wait, let me see something. He was alive on the 11th. So that was after the fact that she left out the house. He was still alive. But that was just in the morning, though. He was in the office. And he must have left the office between that time. Left the office. 4:12 on the 11th. So that could put them right at that same area on the 11th, right at the house around that time, because she leaves out of there. Whoops, no, wrong video. She leaves out of there. I think it was close to 1, right? Yeah, it was actually 1:16.
I've been really worried about you. Are you leaving him? Are you all right?
We can talk later. I gotta go.
Yeah, something happened. That's what happened right around that time, that morning, on the 11th, not the 12th. Let's see. I don't know. I don't know what the contradiction is. Hmm. Two pieces contradictory from the most recent interview. Let's just check out what we said to her real quick, because I'm lost right now.
Okay, this is a continuation with Janice Burr.
Sure. What more would you like to know?
Well, you mentioned having a positive relationship with her, so yeah, I just want to, I guess, get a better understanding of what that relationship looks like.
Well, like I told you before, Emma's always treated me nicely. And we talk from time to time so we get to know each other a little bit. She looks out for me, I look out for her. She's never judged me whatsoever, and I think that speaks a lot to her character. She's a very good person, and I'm really glad I got to know her.
Now, would you say that she trusts you?
To a certain extent, yes, I would say that.
Now, were you aware of the physical abuse that she had experienced? Did she trust you enough to share that information?
No. I knew they had some arguments. Sounded pretty bad, too. It was loud enough you could hear it next door. But I wasn't aware of any actual physical abuse.
So you were aware that they had some pretty bad arguments?
Yes, I was aware of that.
But you were not aware of any actual physical abuse?
No, sir.
Yeah, that's the lie, though.
Now, you met Daniel a few times, so I'm wondering, do you think that he seems like the kind of guy that would be capable of physically striking a woman?
Like you just said, I only met him a few times, so I don't think I would be the best judge of his character.
Well, just in the limited interactions that you had with him, does he seem like the kind of guy that would be capable of physically striking a woman?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No.
All right, well, Janice, we are going to take a real short break. It'd be great if you can use this time to maybe think about your encounters with Daniel and see if you can maybe come up with a more concrete answer, because I would appreciate that.
Her encounters with
Sure.
Daniel.
I mean, but I don't know what else there is to think about.
Well, just try it. That's all I'm asking.
Sure.
Well, thank you, Janice.
Her encounters with Daniel. Let's take a closer look at these crime scene photos. His phone is right there on the couch. Looks like a phone to me. And that could explain where the freaking Uber call came from. Ah. She has his phone, huh? I think that's what they want me to get at. I think this is what they want me to do. No? No? I was so sure. Oh no. This. Or is it this? No? Huh. I would have sworn it would have been this. Contradictory evidence. Uh, hmm. I don't know. I don't know. Oops. Contradictory pieces. The statement made from Charles didn't say nothing about Janice. He don't really. He ain't mentioned nothing about Janice. She knows Janice. Does she? Yeah, she knows. Does she? She ain't really mentioned nothing about Janice either, did she? she went in there and got that phone. I mean, did I? But I'm not sure what they want me to get from this. Hmm. I am lost. Everything she says about Emma makes sense. And she says she doesn't know nothing about him. What would tell us otherwise? Are we missing something that would tell us otherwise? Hmm. Sleeping pills. Hmm. Here discussing person. Just know they went well. We should be able to close the deal soon. The ride service driver will arrive in approximately 12 minutes. What would you call a driver? You already did. He's already dead at this point, so I don't understand. Who calls from his phone? Well, I feel like I would know, but it's not letting that be the answer, which is upsetting. Contradictory evidence. Her relationship. Like, I don't know. None of this stuff is making any sense. So am I gonna have to just force my hand with it, do it every possible connotation? Because I'll do it. I'll do it until it accepts it. Actually, while I'm wasting my time, I should just probably start with her. Alright. Sorry, y'all. That leaves me no choice. So it's nothing to do with her. Let's try these, I guess. I feel like I gotta try everything that has her involved in it. Nothing there. I'll get some eventually. else. That's not it. Oh, that's so weird. So maybe let's try a text, maybe. Oh, we found it.
Hey. Well, there you go.
There
That
you
is
go.
great. Perfect. I'll share what Emma said earlier in her previous statement. Good catch. Now, what
Yeah,
she said
I don't know what
definitely
I
doesn't
caught, but
match
sure.
up with Janice's presentation of the facts. I'll grab the text message records as well. There's no way Janice can argue with that.
Sounds good.
All right, let me grab what I need and get back in there. Thanks.
All right, this is another continuation with Janice Burks.
She looked
So,
nervous.
Janice, I want to make sure that I got this right. Now, you are not aware of any physical abuse that Emma has experienced. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
Now, see, that is a problem.
Did
Because,
she
see,
send him there?
Emma
She
has stated the
lied
complete
because
opposite.
he was playing.
What did Emma say?
Well, in her earlier statement, Emma said that you had texted her the night that her and Daniel had that pretty bad argument, the night that he had reportedly assaulted her. She said that you had texted her asking her if everything was okay. Now, does that ring any bells?
Well, yeah, that's correct, sir.
Now, she said that she had texted you back later that night telling you exactly what had happened. Does that also sound familiar to you?
Mm-hmm.
Well, yes, that's also correct, but I don't remember if she told me that he actually physically
You don't
assaulted her.
remember? She texted you.
So you don't remember her texting you that detail?
No, not that I recall.
Not that she recalls.
That's interesting. That is very,
Interesting.
very interesting.
Very interesting.
So, Janice, look, I want you to take a look at these records right here. I want you to look at the message that's highlighted there. Now, that is a text message that Emma had sent to you the evening of September 9th. Now, she clearly texted, and I quote, "He threw me to the ground, hurt me pretty bad, at the hospital now." Now, there is no mixed messaging there. I find it very hard to believe that someone would forget such a major detail.
Yeah, seems like you wouldn't forget
Now,
that.
Janice, did you lie to me
Because
again?
she's such a good friend to you.
No, sir. I just didn't recall.
She didn't recall.
You didn't recall.
Okay, I may have misstated the facts.
Yeah, that sounds about
Janice,
right.
that is a very eloquent way of telling me that you lied.
Very
Now,
eloquent.
Janice, why did you lie to me again?
Why did I lie? Again, sir, look at the optics. Someone with my background is seen entering the house the same day that Daniel's body is found shot to death. You know why I lied. And don't take this personally, but I don't trust law enforcement. I know I'm an easy target. I'm just doing the best I can to stay out of prison, sir. Look, you want to know what the truth is?
Duh.
Yes, Janice, that is literally the only thing I want to know.
Right.
Good. Because the truth is that none of us would be in this mess if law enforcement had actually done their job and protected Emma when she first reported the
Ah,
abuse.
here we go.
She did all she could. She went to the police. She told them everything that Daniel had done to her.
So
she
she
even had
killed
her
him.
daughter
She
as
shot
a
him.
witness. That man should already be locked up. That man physically assaulted her, and you guys let him go on his merry way. That's not okay.
It's not okay.
You know it, and I know it, but that's not okay.
Look, Janice, I hear you. Okay, I hear you. And yeah, maybe we could have handled things differently. I don't know. Okay, but
you know.
regardless, we can't live
Yeah,
in the
regardless of
past,
that,
right? I mean, all that we can
You
do
know one of y'all killed
is to
him.
make sure that we do the right thing
We
right
just know
now
one of
in
y'all
this
killed him.
moment.
Forget all the other
That's
stuff.
literally all that we can do. So Janice, let me ask you again, okay? Were you aware that Daniel had physically assaulted Emma?
Yes, sir, I was aware.
And your only confirmation of this were the text messages between you and Emma, is that correct?
That and the fact that she went to the hospital with a dislocated elbow. Not sure I'd need any more proof than that.
But you didn't actually see Daniel physically assault her, correct?
No? What kind of question is that? I mean, what man do you know is going to strike a woman in front of other people? Guys like that do their business behind closed doors. Trust me, I know.
Fair enough. Now, I am curious, and Janice, please be honest. Do you think that Daniel deserved to be killed for his actions?
No.
That's a crazy question. Right. Well, who would
Punished,
say
yes,
yes?
but not killed. Are we almost done, officer?
For now. Yes, for now. Now, I do need to get some other people in here, and then we'll see how it goes from there. But yeah, Janice, you can step out of here for now, okay? Let's go.
All right. Thanks, Janice. Thanks for your help.
Alright, so we know for sure that Janice was aware of the physical abuse. We know she was the first person seen on camera entering the house, and we know that she and Emma have a relationship in which both of them look out for one another. Now, what we don't know for sure is if Daniel was indeed already dead by the time she entered the house. And at this moment, there really is no way to prove or disprove Daniel's status at that time. It's clear that these people are still lying to us. There's still too many holes and things that just make no sense.
Very true.
All right, let's get Rebecca back in here for another round.
Jeez,
I got a
I'm
few
getting
more
everybody
questions for her. Hang
Okay.
tight.
Daughter Rebecca, back again.
All right, this is a continuation with Rebecca Humphreys. So, Rebecca, I want to go back to the day of Daniel's death.
Mhm.
Now, you said that you were at your dad's house the entire day that Daniel was killed. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
And the only thing to corroborate this are these text messages between you and a coworker in which you asked them to cover your shift for that day. Is that also correct?
Yeah, that's also correct.
So see, the problem here is that those text messages do not necessarily prove that you were at your dad's house that day.
Exactly.
In fact, all they prove is that you didn't go to work that day.
Right, that you have free time.
Now, as to your exact whereabouts on that day, well, that is yet to be proven. Right? All I've got to go on is your words. Now, would you say that that is a fair assessment?
Yeah, I guess. I can see where you're coming from. But at the same time, I don't really have any reason to lie either.
Now, that very well may be true, but my job is to question everything. Okay? I can't base things off of just words alone. I need facts, right?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
So, is there anyone that may have seen you either enter or leave your dad's house on that day?
I don't know. I mean, there's not really a way for me to tell if somebody had seen me on that day. It's possible, but I don't know.
But your dad, he can account for your time later that day, right? In the evening?
Yeah, he can.
All right, so according to you, the only person who can account for your whereabouts on that day is your dad. But that's only in the evening. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm. That is correct.
Rebecca, did you go to Daniel's house the day that he was killed?
No. I already told you I was at my dad's house the entire day.
I am aware that that's what you told me. But again, without any concrete proof, I can't just go based off of your words.
I gotta make sure you're not lying to
Do
me.
you have access to their security cam?
Yes, we do.
Okay, so is that not proof? The security cam has a sensor. Anytime anybody gets within a few feet of it, it triggers. So it's quite literally impossible to enter the house without being recorded. So are you able to check those recordings? Have you checked them?
Yes, we have gone through all of those recordings, yeah.
And did you see me enter the house?
As a matter of fact, no, we did not.
Well then, there you go.
I mean, there's also
No,
a
we're
back
not.
door, though.
But see, Rebecca, you didn't necessarily need to go through the front door.
And you know this,
You
Rebecca.
could have gone through the rear door. Now, to my knowledge, the rear entrance does not have any sort of security cam of any kind.
Correct.
So, in theory, you or anyone else for that matter could have gone through there. Isn't that a possibility?
No, actually it's not, no.
It's not?
The
Why
rear
not?
door is always kept locked, and on top of that, I don't have a house key. So whenever I need to enter the house, I
Whoa,
use a
you
spare
don't
key.
have a house
And
key?
if I have to use the spare key, I have to go get it. In turn, I would trigger the security cam, and I would be recorded. I'd be on those recordings.
So your dad said you have a key to the house, to the back door.
Now, in regards to these recordings, I did notice that you guys have a keypad on that front door. So you don't have a code for that either?
No, that's been broken since I've moved in.
All right, so since you don't have a key, and that rear door is always kept locked, and that keypad is broken, then there would have been no way for you to enter that house on that day. Is that what you're telling me?
Not unless I use the spare key.
All right, fair enough. Okay, Rebecca, we are going to take a short break. You can just wait here, all right? And I'll be back in just a few. All right.
Well, we got the contradiction there. She says she doesn't have a key, but her father said that she does have a key.
Well, yet again, I feel like we're not getting the whole truth here. Her not having an alibi is definitely a red flag. I know we brought her in here as a witness, but I'm thinking we may have to bump her up to a suspect.
No,
The
calm
abuse
down,
she
Mark.
witnessed could be enough to give her a motive. Possibly. All right, let's see if you can work your magic and find some contradictory evidence here. I want to squeeze every ounce of truth out of her. You give me a call when you got something solid. Talk soon.
It's based on what he says compared to what she says. That doesn't work. There we go.
Hey. Yes. I knew you'd find exactly what we needed. Now, I do feel kind of silly not remembering the rear door being open, but that's why two sets of eyes are better than one, right? Good stuff, good stuff. Right, with that photo and Charles's statement, we definitely have enough to back her into a corner. Let's see how she responds. We'll be live in just a few. All right, bye.
So we're going to believe Charles and believe that she does have a key?
Okay, this is a continuation with Rebecca Humphreys. Now, Rebecca, I know we discussed you not having a way of entering that house without being seen, but I do want to revisit that rear door possibility. So let's hypothetically say that if someone were to leave the rear door open for some rare reason, then in theory, you could have entered through that rear door completely undetected, right?
I guess in that very rare and specific scenario, it's possible. Sure.
All right, now I want you to take a look at this photo right here, and you tell me, what is it that you notice?
The rear door is left open? Is that what you want me to notice?
Correct. Now, this photo was taken from the crime scene, which means that someone left that door open. So this very rare and specific scenario is actually a fact. Now, we found that rear door unlocked and ajar. Okay, so now with this knowledge, it is safe to say that you could have entered through that rear door completely undetected, right?
I guess given what you've just shown me, yeah, sure, it's possible, but that's not what happened. I already told you I didn't go to the house that day, and I feel like I'm just repeating the same thing over and over.
And why should I believe you?
Look, am I a suspect here? Because you're treating me as if I actually had something to do with this.
No, Rebecca, I am treating you like someone who may have something to hide, because you have indeed hidden information from me. In fact, I might go so far to say that you have straight up lied to me, Rebecca.
Rebecca, what about the key?
Look, when I talked to your dad earlier today, he told me that you have your own set of keys to Daniel's house. But then you told me that you don't have keys to Daniel's house. So you see, either you or your dad is lying to me.
Okay, yes, I do have keys to Daniel's house, but that doesn't mean that I was there.
Now, why did you lie to me? All right?
Because your dad
lying
took the
to me
keys.
is only going to make things worse, and you know that.
Because your dad took the keys, isn't that right?
I don't know. I guess I didn't want you to be suspicious of me.
Well, that obviously did not work out too well for you, did it?
No, it didn't.
All right, so now knowing that you do actually have keys to the house, it is safe to say that you could have entered through that rear door whether it was left open or not. Is that correct?
Yes, technically, that is correct. But look, I know that I lied to you about not having keys, but I swear I'm not lying about when I say that I didn't go to the house that day.
Okay.
All right, well, let's assume that you are telling the truth, okay, and that you did not go to the house that day. Can you think of any reason as to why that door would have been left open, especially when you said that the rear door is never left unlocked? So why is it that on this specific day, that door was left open?
I don't know. Maybe Daniel left it open for some weird reason. That's all I can think of, because I don't know. I honestly just don't know.
She don't know, she says.
All right, Rebecca, let's put a pause on this conversation, okay? You can step out of here for now.
We're turning our wheels here, ladies and gentlemen. They keep running us in circles.
Hey, so you think she's telling the whole truth now?
No.
I feel like we got more out of her, and maybe she's being honest, but I still don't know. We still don't have the complete picture, which means technically anything is possible. Alright, we've made some good progress so far, but it's time to really grind this out and get to the bottom of this case. I want to bring all four of them back in here for one more round of questioning. The gloves are coming off this time.
Final round?
Alright, let's get to it.
Final
I'll start
round.
with Janice. Let's see what more we can get out of her. I'll be back with her in just a sec. Alright, bye.
Dude fell on them bullets. Look, from this story, it sounds like it. Like none of them had nothing to do with it. And put the gun in his own hand and laid out.
This is a continuation with Janice Burks. So, Janice, I just want to revisit our discussion regarding your relationship with Emma.
Sure.
Now, there seems to be a lot of trust between the two of you. It seems that she confides in you quite a bit. Would you agree with that?
That's correct, sir.
Now, see, I'm finding it hard to believe that that level of trust can be built between two people that are simply just neighbors, especially considering the fact that the two of you haven't even been neighbors for all that long.
Mm-hmm.
Hell, I've got neighbors on my street that I've seen for years, right? And I still don't know their names.
I don't know what to tell you, sir. Our relationship is what it is.
So are you this close with all of your neighbors?
No, of course not.
No. I already told you what my relationship was like with most of my neighbors.
They're scared of you.
They keep to themselves, and I do the same.
But not with Emma.
No, because Emma actually treats me like a decent human being.
So would you say that you're somewhat of a protector as it pertains to Emma? I mean, you did mention that you look out for her, right?
Yes, I do look out for her, but I wouldn't go as far as saying I'm her protector. But yes, I do look out for her.
Now, Janice, we both know that you are capable of taking a human being's life.
Damn.
That's already been proven, right?
That was a
Wow.
really long time ago, sir. And you know why I did that, so don't you dare try to make it seem like I'm some sort of monster.
No, Janice, I don't think that you're a
Martin
monster.
just knows
I
how to
don't
rub
think
people
that.
the wrong way.
But with your
every time.
track record, your desire to look out
But
for
he's
Emma,
typical
and
cop.
your knowledge of the abuse that she experienced, I mean, one could easily say that you may have very well had a hand in this murder.
This is bullshit. I knew you would use my past as some sort of justification for killing this man. I gave you the benefit of the doubt, but I guess it's my fault for being so damn stupid.
Mm.
Look, I had nothing to do with that man's death. Yes, I entered the house the day he died, but I told you the truth on that. I found him and he was already dead.
So how do I know that you didn't kill him? Why should I believe someone that already has a proven track record for disregarding the law? Why should I believe you?
Look,
Gotta make sure she ain't got no knife under that
the
thing.
truth is, his dead body wasn't the only thing I saw when I entered the house.
Mm.
What do you mean?
When I first entered the house, I saw someone fleeing through the backyard.
Ah.
Wait, there was somebody else at the house?
Yes, sir.
All right, and then who was this person that you saw?
I don't know.
You
It
don't know.
happened so fast, I only caught a glimpse of them.
See where you're no help.
Were you able to
That
make out
evidence is
any
no
sort
help.
of identification, race, sex, body
You should
type,
have mentioned
anything?
that from the
Not
beginning.
really. The only thing I can really remember is that it seemed like it was a man. The build, the way they were running, it definitely seemed like it was a man.
Okay, so
Sounds
you
like-
saw a male
Sounds like
fleeing
you're
through the
trying to
backyard.
protect,
That is correct, sir.
Emma.
And that's the only thing that you
I'm
know
sure
for
it was a man. That's the only thing I
That's
know. It was
all
a
I can
man. It
remember,
wasn't
sir.
Emma. It was a man. Yeah, I don't.
All right,
believe
Janice, let's
that,
put a
Janice.
quick pause on this
I don't
conversation.
believe that, Janice.
All right.
You would have said something like that from the beginning. That you saw somebody running out the door. I don't believe it.
Well, things just got very interesting, didn't they? This is, of course, assuming she's telling the truth about seeing someone flee through the backyard. Now, it is consistent with the crime scene photos showing the back door slightly open. It would also give an explanation as to why it was left open. Maybe they were trying to get the heck out of there as fast as possible when they heard Janice come in. But again, this is assuming she's telling the truth. Even if she's being honest, it's pretty odd that she can positively state it was a male that she saw, but yet she can't make out any other details?
Nothing. Right.
Did that strike you as odd?
Very odd.
Or maybe I'm overthinking it.
No, don't worry about
What
that,
do you
Martin.
think? You think she's telling the truth about that?
No.
You think it was a man that she saw, or
No, I
you
do
think
not.
she's got something more that she's hiding?
I think that she's hiding something.
I'll head back in once I get your take on this. Let me know what you think, all right? Talk soon.
I got you. I think she's a liar. No, because she would have said that earlier.
Hey, so you think she's not telling the whole truth, huh?
I don't.
Can't argue with you there. I can't put my finger on it exactly, but she really didn't seem too authentic there. Looks like we both got that same read on her.
Yeah, she's trying to
All
protect
right, let me
Emma.
press her on this.
Emma
We'll
was
see
the
if our
one who did
instincts
it.
are correct. Let me head back in. Talk to you later. Bye.
Emma said she went to go get breakfast that morning, and that's the only place she went. She went in, went through that back door, fought him, shot him. He was already drunk. That's my opinion. I could be wrong.
All right, this is another continuation with Janice Burks. So, Janice, you had just finished telling me that upon entering Daniel's house, the day of his death, you saw a man fleeing the crime scene through the backyard. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
And yet you fail to identify any other aspect of this person, but yet you can for sure say that this person was a man, correct?
That is correct, sir.
So, Janice, does that make sense?
I'm sorry, sir, does what make sense?
Well, that this whole thing happens as quickly as you say it does. You notice absolutely nothing about this person, but yet you can for sure say that they were a man. Does that make sense?
I mean,
Does it
that's what
make
I
sense?
remember, sir.
All right, we
I can't
proved that
control
you
my
don't
memory.
remember. We proved that you don't remember too well.
All right, Janice, look, let's cut the shit.
Cut the shit,
All right,
Janice.
none of this makes any sense. None of it. Now, Janice, we have already talked about obstruction of justice. Okay, I can charge you with that very easily if I find out that you are lying or hiding information from me. And Janice, let's not forget that you are also still on probation.
Still on probation, Janice.
Now, do you want to see yourself back in prison?
Do you want to go
Do you
back
want to say
under?
goodbye to this nice life that you got going for yourself? Come on, Janice, don't be stupid.
Don't be stupid, Janice.
You tell me
be
the
honest.
truth. You tell me exactly what happened inside that house.
All right, look, sir,
Mm-hmm.
I may have misspoken,
You may have
but
misspoken.
for the most part, I really have told you the truth.
For the most part.
Look, I heard a gunshot. I rushed over to see if everything was okay.
Okay, that's
I
why
used a
you
spare
banged on the
key to
door.
enter the house.
Right.
The first thing I saw when I entered the house was someone fleeing through the backyard.
Mm-hmm.
I honestly didn't make out anything about them. It happened so fast. And then I went into the bedroom, and that's when I saw Daniel lying there dead. He'd been shot, and it was clear that he was dead. I panicked, left the house, and honestly just wanted to pretend like I never saw anything. I was at the wrong place at the wrong time. I didn't want to get caught up in this whole
going into
mess.
people's houses.
Surely you can understand that.
Yeah, Janice, I can understand that. Yeah. All right, so what you just told me, that is the absolute truth?
Yes, sir, that is the absolute truth.
So you can't say for sure that that person you saw is a man. That's what you lied about.
I truthfully couldn't tell you whether it was a man or a woman. It happened that fast.
Okay.
So then why did you lie about that specifically?
Because you know it was a
Well-
woman.
Look, I didn't want you guys to think it was Emma.
Mm-hmm.
I could see why you think she might have something to do with this,
Mm-hmm.
and I didn't want to bring any more attention her way.
Trying to protect her. I get it.
But since you have no idea who this person is, then it is possible that it could have been Emma.
I guess so, but I highly doubt it.
Well, look, Janice, no offense, but your doubts mean very little to me compared to facts.
Your doubts don't mean shit.
You know, I really should charge you with obstructing this investigation.
Wow.
But I'm not obstructing anything. I've honestly told you everything that I know.
You are walking a slippery slope, Janice.
Janice,
A
'cause
very
you know
slippery
you're
slope.
trying to protect your girl.
All right.
This
Well,
is why you
besides
mind
Emma,
your business and
do you have
right
any idea who this person could have been?
and
Could it have
call the
been
equal.
Charles or maybe
I mean,
Rebecca?
call the cops.
I don't know, sir.
Are there any neighbors or acquaintances of Daniel's that you may be familiar with who he maybe had, I don't know, disagreements or arguments with, anything like that?
Not to my knowledge, sir.
So this really could have been anybody that you saw.
Yes, sir, that's right.
All right, well, Janice, is there anything else that you would like to add to your statement today? Anything at all?
No, officer, I have told you everything.
Well, for your sake, Janice, I really hope you have.
For your sake, Janice.
All right, we're going to take a final break. Okay, we are almost done here today.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, she instead of calling the cops' ass, want to run into the house, get the spare key from under the pottery, and break in one end, and then witness a murder. Yeah, your fault for going in the house,
Well, if
knowing
she's
you
telling
on
the truth,
probation.
then that would mean
I
we have
think you're
someone
full
else
of
to
shit,
account for.
Janice.
We need to know who was in that house before Janice. And at this point, it could literally be anybody. I don't think we're going to get anything else out of Janice, so we're just going to have to roll with what we got and go from there. And with this knowledge, I do want to hear from Rebecca again. I got some
Rebecca
more
again?
questions for her.
Okay, for Rebecca.
Let me grab her and get back in.
He
Talk to you in a
feels
bit.
Martin clearly feels like it's Rebecca. He wants to put the 20-year-old under the jail. I feel like it's the mama. It still could be the dad. I'm not gonna put the dad out of there yet. But he seems more or less likely.
All right, this is a continuation with Rebecca Humphreys. Now, Rebecca, some new information has come up, so we do need to revisit a few items and see if we can get some answers. Now, I have reason to believe that the morning of Daniel's death, somebody was seen fleeing the crime scene through the backyard.
Do you know who this person was?
Well, at the moment, no, I do not. But with the process of
She seemed
elimination, I'm
relieved.
sure that I can make a pretty decent educated guess. So let's look at the facts, okay?
Show me the car fact.
Now, with the security cam footage that we currently have, we know that both your dad, as well as your neighbor Janice, were seen entering and leaving the house that morning through the front door.
My dad and Janice?
That is correct. They were both seen entering the house that morning. Now, does that surprise you?
Dad.
I mean, yeah, a little bit.
Well, to be honest, it surprises me too, actually. So see, now this means that the only two people whose time we cannot account for at all are both you and your mom.
Mm-hmm.
And since we know that that rear door was left open, well, it does make sense that, someone fled in such a hurry that they just didn't have time to shut it. Now, this also means that if this person entered and left through the back, well, then there would be no record of them. So you see, someone who is smart, who knows the layout, also knows that that front door has that security camera.
She also knew all
Well, they would
that.
simply go through the back completely undetected.
Completely undetected.
And since we know that both you and your mom have keys to the house, well, then it is possible that the person that was seen fleeing was one of you two.
Mm-hmm.
Now, here's my guess. My guess is that either one of you, you or your mom, opened up that back door with your key, you entered, killed Daniel, and then you get startled when you hear someone at that front door. You flee in such a hurry that you have no time to properly shut and lock that door.
That's assuming if someone was actually seen fleeing. Have you ever, considered that maybe the person who told you that is lying?
Yes, of course, sure. But, see, in this scenario, it does give us an answer as to why the crime scene was found in the state that it was. And if we go off of this scenario, well, then I would have to assume that either you or your mom killed Daniel.
One to two.
That's literally insane. That's ridiculous.
Is it?
Yeah, it is.
So why don't you tell me,
Why is it ridiculous?
what do you think happened? Who was that person that was seen fleeing?
But first of all, we don't even know if somebody was actually seen fleeing. And even if there was, it quite literally could have been anybody.
How could it be?
Really, it could have been anybody?
Yeah, really anybody. Look, what I don't think you know is that Daniel was a pretty big drinker. Like, he would hit up the bars in town with his friends. And sometimes they would wind up back at the house late in the evening and they would just drink until morning. I mean, hell, he would even bring strangers home. Literally guys that he had met at the bars that night. Like, he loved to flash his cash around and just be the center of attention. So yeah, it really could have been anybody that killed Daniel and was seen fleeing. But that's if that's what really happened. And also, you're saying that because my mom and I have keys, then we're the ones who most likely entered through the back door? Have you ever considered that maybe Daniel or one of his friends left the back door open? I mean, you said that you have camera footage of my dad and Janice. Do you also have security cam footage of Daniel?
She has
Because
all this
if he
attitude.
entered through the front door that night, wouldn't he have triggered the camera too?
Well, as a matter of fact, no. We do not have any security cam footage of Daniel entering through the front door that evening. We don't.
Okay. Well, like, there you go. Probably entered through the back door, left it open, and just forgot about it. The back door being left open quite literally means nothing. And it certainly is not something that should be used to make it seem like my mom or I killed Daniel. That doesn't make any sense. That's insane.
No, you're being way too defensive.
Well, yeah, him going through the back is certainly possible. Okay, I can't argue with that. And to be honest, I was not aware of Daniel's drinking and social habits.
Well, I mean, not many people were. Like, he was really good at making it look like he was a good guy.
So if I were to go around town and check out some of these bars and talk to the employees, they would be able to corroborate all of this, right? I mean, seeing as though you make it seem like it's a regular occurrence.
I mean, yeah, of course.
Don't tell me we gotta go to
That
the
is interesting.
bars now. Come on.
It's
now.
very, very interesting.
Very interesting, Rebecca.
All right, let's let this stew for a bit. All right, we'll take a short break, okay? You hang here and I'll be back in just a few.
Lord. Alright. So now, I finally am not starting to believe Rebecca. Now I feel like Rebecca is just being... She's trying to protect the mom. I feel it. Of course, her dad wanted her to.
Well, this just keeps getting better and better, doesn't it? This case is literally all over the place.
Completely off.
It's hard to gauge whether she's telling the truth or not. And to be honest, with the amount of alcohol we found at the crime scene, it is possible that there was at least one other person drinking with him. And she's right. The security cam never triggered that night. There's no recording. It's very possible that Daniel was the one that left that rear door open.
Very true.
Regardless, we need to nail her on something here. My gut's telling me that she is not being completely honest with us. See what you can find and get back to me. There's gotta be something. All right. Thanks.
So now we gotta find more contradictory evidence. So, what did we talk about with her? She didn't know that her dad came up there. So his contradictory evidence. Um, basically just talked about Daniel, his drinking habits. We talked about somebody getting through the back door. She said he could have left it open. All right, let's see. From that night, he never. See, he goes disappearing on the 11th. I'm still there on that. He going disappearing on the 11th. Oh. She could have called his phone. I mean, used the ride services. Hmm. She definitely could have used those riding services to get away. All right, let's see. Hmm. All right, back to the same old. Uh-oh.
Hey. Yes, great catch, my friend, great catch. These statements definitely contradict and most likely debunk her whole story about his drinking, because either both Janice and Emma are lying, or only she is. The latter seems more likely.
Yeah, they did say he didn't
Let me
drink
get
like
back in
that.
there and get some answers. Oh, good stuff.
Just
All right, talk
recently
soon.
started.
Bye.
Yeah, I forgot about all that. We're making progress.
This is a continuation with Rebecca
All right,
Humphreys.
Rebecca, tell us the truth,
So,
Rebecca.
Rebecca, I want to explore your theory a bit more. Now, according to you, Daniel was a big drinker, and he had some people over, they got drunk, they partied till the morning hours, and then someone there shot him. And that's who was seen fleeing the crime scene. Does that sound about right?
Yeah, but again, that's only assuming if someone really was seen fleeing, which we don't know for sure, right? But yeah, it's a total possibility.
We don't know for sure, right?
Well, see, I find it
She's
funny
so
that you
confident,
would
like
know
she got
that he had
away.
been drinking that night because, well, it's the truth, actually. He had been drinking pretty excessively. But see, I never brought that up with you.
Well, you didn't really need to. I mean, like I said, it was a possibility, and it was kind of his regular routine. So I'm not shocked.
But that's the thing.
Well, I guess what's
Not his
odd
regular
about
routine.
your theory of him drinking that night is that both your mom and your neighbor Janice had completely different things to say about his so-called regular behavior.
Like what?
Well, according to Janice, she stated that your household was pretty quiet most of the time. In fact, she could not recall any moments of any parties or any loud behavior, things that I would normally associate with a bunch of intoxicated people at odd hours of the night, especially if this was a regular occurrence.
Okay, and so you just believe her?
And why
But
should
what
I
about
not
your
believe
mom?
her?
Right.
I
What
don't
about your
know.
mom?
But you're believing what she's saying at face value, and you're questioning me as if I'm the one who's lying here.
That's fair.
Because it sounds like you're lying.
That is fair. But see, I also have a contradictory statement from your mom as well. Now see, your mom, she stated that Daniel hardly ever drank. In fact, your mom could not remember the last time that she saw him have a drink. So what, is your mom also lying?
Is
Okay, so maybe Daniel didn't drink all the time, per se. Okay.
Per se.
Okay, but listen, I swear I have seen him drink a few times while I've been living there, okay? And every single time, it was when he was really stressed, and he would always get completely hammered. I mean, he was obviously in a very stressful situation, given the fact that my mom was filing a police report against him, and he was put on leave from his job. So it would make sense that he would be drinking and maybe invite some friends over, okay? Like, I don't know. It made sense.
Made sense to the person who's setting it up, the
So
mastermind.
why did you exaggerate Daniel's drinking?
I don't know.
To get him in trouble.
I don't
put
know.
it out
I
for him.
guess I just wanted to make it clear that he wasn't
A good guy.
Mr. Perfect like everybody thought he was.
Yeah, see, I still find it strange that you would assume that he had been drinking, when even you have now, stated that he didn't even drink all that often.
I didn't assume. Like I said, it was a possibility. Given the situation, it made sense.
All right, so just to be very clear, your theory of Daniel drinking that night is simply just a theory. This isn't actual first-hand knowledge. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. It is just a possibility of what could have happened that night.
All right, well, I guess there isn't that much more to cover. So look, is there anything else that you need to tell me? Anything important you feel I should know?
No, not that I can think of.
Of course not.
You sure?
Yes, I'm sure.
All right, well, Rebecca, we are almost done for the day, okay? So I just need you to hang here at the station for a little while longer, all right?
Mm-hmm. Sure.
All right, we'll give you a break for now. Thank you.
We get to make our decisions.
Well, her theory about Daniel drinking that night is a little too spot on.
Yeah, she knew.
It doesn't necessarily mean she's lying, but I'm not sure we should take it at face value either. I think it's time we bring Emma back in here since she has no alibi for that morning either. We need to know if that person fleeing was her or not. Let me get her in here and see what I can do.
All right.
Talk
This
soon.
should be the
Bye.
final thing that we need to know. Piece of evidence that point out the true liar, the true culprit.
All right, this is a continuation with Emma Richardson. Now, look, Emma, we're just going to jump right into things here. We've been here for quite a while today, and I have listened to a lot of different statements, some truthful, some not so truthful. Either way, though, I am starting to come to some conclusions, but there are still some things that I do need to clear up, especially as it pertains to you.
Of course. That's why I'm here.
All right, well, first things first, I do want to acknowledge that we may not have handled your initial police report as best as we could have.
Yeah, tell her the truth. Y'all
I'm glad
did
you see it
fuck
that
up.
way too.
I do.
Yeah, she had the killer
But
mode.
unfortunately, it does give you more of a reason to kill Daniel.
Very true.
Now, perhaps you took matters into your own hands because you didn't get the expected results from law enforcement. Now, is that maybe what happened?
We've already gone over this. The answer is absolutely not.
Look, Emma, if everything that you filed in that police report is accurate, all right, I want you to know that I understand that you were also a victim in this whole situation, okay? I understand that. But see, when I zoom out and I look at the bigger picture, I can't help but have my doubts that you weren't somehow involved.
I've already told you the truth. I was at that motel the entire day. I never got anywhere near that house the day Daniel was killed.
Yes, you have told me that. But see, without anyone that can corroborate your story,
Right.
yeah, I do have my suspicions. Emma, you have the biggest motive and justification for killing Daniel. You really do. I mean, after what he supposedly did to you, and then you go to the police,
supposedly?
and then you see that nothing comes of it.
There's no supposedly. It
Yes,
actually
I
happened.
can see why you would take matters into your own hands, okay? I would understand that. Hell, a lot of people in your situation would do the exact same thing, Emma.
He didn't supposedly do anything to me.
Thank you. I'm glad she
He
said something.
assaulted me,
I ain't no
and then he
supposedly.
threatened to kill me. Those aren't supposed theories. Those are facts. They actually happened. So please be more respectful with how you choose your words, because
I
how
agree.
you're framing it right now is not okay.
I agree.
You're right. You're right. And
See,
I
they
am
be
sorry.
checking Martin.
That was
Martin be
a
getting checked.
very poor choice of words on my part. I am sorry. But look, it still does not change the
Martin
fact
be
that
getting in
you
his
benefit the most from
detective
Daniel's
mode.
death.
He'll be
now,
giving a
Tessa.
damn.
I'm not going to answer that. We've already been through this. And my answer isn't going to change no matter how many different ways you ask me that question.
So, despite the fact that you have such a clear and strong motive, I'm just supposed to ignore the fact that you don't have an alibi? I'm just simply supposed to take the word of the person who benefits the most in this situation when they have absolutely nothing to prove that they weren't somehow involved? And let's also look at the fact that you were the one best suited to avoid that front security camera, right? You know it's there, and you know how it triggers its recordings. Emma, you could have easily gone around the back, killed Daniel, and then left. I mean, what is there to say that that did not happen?
Because it didn't. Okay. Why is it so hard for you to believe the truth? Why is it so hard?
Emma, because I don't know the truth.
Because we need the truth.
Okay, that's
Emma.
why. And until I know the truth, yes, I am absolutely going to question everything. And right now, you are telling me that I should believe you because you say it's the truth? Well, look, Emma, I have got news for you. Everybody that sits in that chair seems to always be telling me the truth. And I mean always. I literally get nothing but the truth.
Find out.
Until it isn't.
Right.
Look, I can understand from your perspective why you would doubt what I'm telling you. But I swear, I was at that motel the entire day. I only left early to grab breakfast. That was it. Look, I know there's nothing that can prove that I was at that motel, but there's also nothing that can prove that I wasn't. And I am telling you the truth. I swear.
You swear, huh?
All right, Emma, you know what? You are right. We are just going around in circles here. So, look, we are going to take a quick break, all right?
Okay. Do I have to stay here?
Yes, you do. Please.
Yes, you do, Emma. Sorry. Emma's like, can I go now? No, Emma, you cannot go. You're still a suspect.
Well, I'm not too sure I made any progress just now. The main thing that we gotta assess here is whether or not we think she's telling the truth about being at the motel that day. Because she's right. We have nothing to prove she was there or not. All we have is her word. This one's a pure judgment call, and honestly, I'm not sure.
Oh, Lord.
Once again, I'm gonna trust you on this.
Really?
Look things over and let me know what you think. But take your time and make sure you get this right. I have a feeling that moving forward, a lot is going to be based on how we play this. All right, call me when you made up your mind. Bye.
Alright. Is Emma telling the truth about being at the motel the day of the murder? Being at the hotel the day of the murder. Let's see.
All right, Emma, we are recording. Today is September 19th. I am Detective Martin Ruiz, badge number 7621, and with me here today is Emma Richardson. So Emma, can you please go ahead and spell your first and last name for me?
EMMARICHARDSON.
Thank you. And can you please...
Actually, he's the one who got me the job there.
And the two of you were romantic partners, is that right?
Yes.
Now, do you mind maybe elaborating a little bit more on this relationship that you two had?
Sure. What exactly would you like to know?
Well, I guess we can start with the police report that you had filed on September 10th.
Client of ours that we met for dinner. I mean, on the ride home, he kept questioning me about what we were talking about. He wanted to know why we were so happy, and he accused me of lying, and he said he didn't believe anything I had told him. I tried to de-escalate. I was scared. I mean, it all happened so quickly, I couldn't even think straight.
So you told her that he had actually hurt you?
Yeah, she wanted me to press charges with the police, but for my arm. And then we went to the police and filed a report. Then we went to the motel, I checked in, and Rebecca left to stay with her dad.
And her dad, that's Charles, right?
Yes, Charles.
So was Charles aware of the assault that had happened?
Yes, I told him that night.
Was anyone else besides Charles and your daughter Rebecca aware of the assault?
The only other person was my neighbor, Janice. She must have heard the screaming.
That was enough to push them over, the limit to maybe take matters into their own hands?
Absolutely not.
Well, what about you? Was that enough of a reason for you to kill Daniel? Maybe make sure that he never lays a finger on you again?
Absolutely not, no. Like I said, it was a one-time thing. It wasn't that severe.
Wasn't that severe? Emma, I'm staring at you and you have a dislocated elbow. So Emma, is there anything else that you feel that I should know about this whole situation?
None that I can think of.
I'll fill you in on Monday. Are you going to be at the motel later? Yeah, a while. Need to talk to you. What did they talk about, though?
This is little, and for what? Because he was jealous? Come on, Emma. It is okay.
Blinded by wanting to move on and find a new partner. But, you know, when he showed his true colors, not only did he hurt me, but he threatened to kill me and my daughter at gunpoint. Okay? At goddamn gunpoint.
Wait, I'm sorry, when did that happen?
The day after I got out of the hospital, I think it was a Monday.
Okay, can you tell me exactly what happened?
I stopped by the house that afternoon to pick up some of my stuff. I knew he'd be at work, so it was a good time to go.
That was the 11th.
I was there maybe 5 minutes, and that's when he showed up. I was in the middle of packing, and he could clearly see that I was leaving. This must have really pissed him off, because he immediately went to the bedroom closet and grabbed a gun. I mean, I was in shock. I didn't even know he had a gun. And then he threw me on the ground and pressed the gun really hard against my forehead. He kept yelling that the police were questioning him at work. Apparently, after I filed the reports, some cops were questioning people. They even questioned some of my neighbors, including Janice. Apparently, the higher-ups at work were really alarmed by all this because they put him on immediate leave until this all got sorted out. But that's why he got home early that day. This must have been really embarrassing for him because he was really angry. He kept yelling that Rebecca and I needed to recant our story and to tell the cops that he never hurt me. I mean, he kept saying that he was acting in self-defense and that I pushed him. He was literally trying to make it seem like it was my fault. And then he made it a point to tell me that he was in control of my life. My job, my home, everything. And that he could take that away anytime he wanted. So then he told me that if we didn't tell the police his version of what happened, that he wouldn't think twice about putting a bullet in each of our heads.
Oh.
About a restraining order. You think a restraining order, some just like little piece of paper, would stop someone like him? Someone who had threatened to kill me? Give me a break.
All right, fair enough. Fair enough. So tell me what happened after he had threatened you.
He left. And I immediately gathered all my stuff and I left too.
Now there's a flaw here though, right? I mean, there should be security cam footage of Daniel coming in the house and leaving the house, right? During that time. I mean, we have footage of you, and we got footage of you and Janice, but we literally have absolutely no footage of Daniel during that time at all.
That's because he came in through the back. He didn't use the front door. It was like he was trying to catch me off guard or something.
And I'm going to assume that because you guys don't have a security camera in the back, then that means there's no record whatsoever of him coming in or out of the house. Does that sound right?
Correct.
Now, I'm also wondering, do you know why there would be no security cam footage from September 9th? I mean, the entire day, there's no footage. Now, that's the day that he assaulted you for the first time. Do you know why there would be no footage on that day?
I don't know. Maybe he deleted it.
That is certainly a possibility.
Maybe he deleted the footage.
All right. Wow.
No footage of her getting her arm broke.
Look, Emma, assuming that everything you told me is the truth, right, I want you to know that everything, and I mean everything that has happened to you, none of that is your fault.
I know.
Good. And there is help if you need it, Emma, all right?
Let's see. Is everyone telling the truth about being at the motel the day of the murder? So it doesn't help me with anything as far as like the day of the murder. Everybody. Do we want to believe her? There's no other way to prove that she was at the hotel or not. Did Janice ever say anything about the day of? Let me see.
Thanks.
Well, thank you. Telling me what happened?
Well, it's not a very complicated story. My husband at the time, companies.
And you do this from home?
That house belonged to my mother.
Yeah, he was
Themselves, no parties or anything like that. I can't remember them ever having anyone over, in fact. Up and chat for a bit. She was one of the few people in the neighborhood who didn't look at me funny, you know? I mean, it's a small town, word gets around fast, and I'm pretty sure most of my neighbors.
That's Charles Humphreys. That is Emma's ex-husband.
Oh, that's right. I don't know much about him. I didn't ever meet him, and I don't remember Emma ever really talking about him. I'm sorry. Unfortunately, I don't know much about him.
Don't know much
So-
about Charles.
Given your relationship with Emma,
Still find that weird.
I am assuming that you have a good explanation as to why you were seen entering and leaving their house the day that Daniel was killed.
Oh, yes, I do. The mail carrier had accidentally left some of their mail in my mailbox that day. We've had some trouble with porch pirates recently, so I thought I should just take it over. I didn't want to leave it on their doorstep or anything, so Emma had told me about the spare key to use in case of emergencies or whatever, so I just used the spare key. I opened the door, I dropped the mail off in the entryway, and I left.
Now, was Daniel home?
Oh, not to my knowledge. I mean, his car wasn't in the driveway. That's where he usually parks it. And I didn't see him in the house either.
Now, Janice, are you aware that Daniel had been shot and killed and that his body was found in that house?
Yes, officer. I was aware of that. The whole neighborhood was aware of that.
And so you didn't see him or his dead body when you went into that house to drop off that mail?
Oh no. I mean, like I said, I just went in, dropped the mail off in the entryway, and then I left.
Janice, did you really go into that house to drop off mail?
Yes, officer, I really went into that house to drop off mail.
Such a liar. Right. Not really getting much. Did Rebecca ever say anything about the first about the?
All right, Rebecca. Let's start with you telling me where you were at the day of Daniel's death.
Yeah, so that day I was over at my dad's house.
So you were at your dad's house, but you don't live with your dad, do you?
No, I don't, but I do stay with him sometimes.
And you were there the whole day?
Yeah, I don't really remember any reason to leave that day.
So can you remind me, how old are you?
I'm 20.
So you're 20.
Mm-hmm.
And you are a student at Fisham Community College, is that?
I work at the main coffee shop at the school, and I had texted one of my coworkers asking if he could cover my shift for that day.
So you didn't go to work that day either?
No, I didn't. Like I said, I wanted to focus on my paper.
Now I'm going to ask you a question, and please be honest, okay? Please. Do you think that either of your parents had something to do with Daniel's murder?
No, of course not.
Now, I'm not asking you if they killed him, just if they may have possibly had some involvement. Now, based on the history, you don't think that that's possible?
No, absolutely not. No, I know my parents, it's not possible.
Okay. So how long have you been living with Daniel and your mom?
We officially moved in about a month ago or so, but my mom had practically been living over there 3 or 4 months before that.
And you were aware that there had been some domestic issues during that time between Daniel and your mom, correct?
Yeah.
Can you elaborate?
Well, first off, I want to make sure that you know that the domestic issues, as you put it, weren't happening the whole time that I've been living there. It was
Okay, so
kind
she
of
even
all
protected
recent,
there.
actually.
Sure.
That
Gotcha.
is all recent.
So yeah, please continue.
So, it's pretty straightforward, but I want to say about a week and a half ago, I was in my room reading, and I heard some screaming and yelling and banging, and I went down to the kitchen, and I found my mom on the floor crying, and she was just obviously in a lot of pain, and she was grabbing her right arm, and just her and Daniel had gotten into some sort of an argument, and he pushed her to the ground pretty damn hard.
So did you see him push her to the ground?
No. As far as I know, yeah. That's as far as I'm aware.
Now this incident landed your mom in the hospital. I mean, she has a...
You do know that she's the one who filed the police report, right?
Yes, I am aware of that.
Okay, so why would she file a police report if she was planning on killing him? She wanted the police to get involved. That's literally the whole reason why she went to the police in the first place. She wanted them to deal with it.
All right, well, then what about your dad?
What about him?
Well, it seems that he and your mom are still on pretty decent terms, I mean, all things considered.
Mm-hmm.
It seems that he still cares for her.
Mm-hmm.
You don't think that maybe he acted out of a need to protect her?
No, absolutely not.
How can you be so sure?
Because I know my dad, that's not even close to the kind of person that he is. He's not a murderer. I don't even, I can't believe I even have to like say that to you.
Look, Rebecca, I know that this can be hard.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I know that, but we have to think logically, right?
Mm.
Now, try to put your personal feelings aside as best as you can.
All right. I think we've got enough. I don't think they really gave us any information. Is Emma telling the truth about being at the motel the day of the murder? Everybody's trying to protect Emma. I'm a believer. I'm a believer.
Hey. Okay, you're feeling like she's being honest. Fair enough. Like I said, I wasn't too sure myself. But I can see where you're coming from. Alright, cool. Let's get back to it. Talk soon.
This is a continuation with Emma Richardson. Look, Emma, I want you to know that I believe you. Okay? I believe that you were at the motel, and I believe that you didn't go anywhere near Daniel's house the day that he was killed.
Oh, good, because it's the truth.
Of course. But now we do have to take your words into consideration as we try to piece this whole thing together. So what I want to do is I want to look at the facts. All right. Now we have video footage of both Charles and Janice seen entering and leaving Daniel's house the day that he was killed. Right now that obviously makes it very possible for them to have killed Daniel. But as you had mentioned, you don't think that's a possibility because, as you said, that's not the type of people that they are. Now, I don't know either of them, or I don't at least know them well, but let's give them the benefit of the doubt. Okay, let's assume that you're right. So now, if you're right, that means that we can remove the two of them as suspects.
Mm-hmm.
And based on what you told me regarding your whereabouts the day that he was killed, well, then that means we can also remove you as a suspect.
That's still Rebecca, huh?
So, using the basic process of elimination, and again, based on what you've been telling me, well, it seems pretty clear that Rebecca must have killed him.
No, Rebecca had nothing to do with this.
All right, let's try to look at this objectively, okay? Because, see, after interviewing Rebecca, there were two things that really stood out to me.
Such as?
Well, for one, she seemed to know that Daniel had been drinking excessively that night.
Yeah, she
Now,
is.
I can't for the life of me understand how she could possibly know that unless she had seen it with her own two eyes.
Mm-hmm.
And secondly, she seemed really set on exaggerating Daniel's drinking habits, which directly contradicts what you had told me earlier about him not drinking much at all. In fact, you told me that you couldn't even remember the last time that you saw that man have a drink. But you see, according to Rebecca, he did drink every now and then. And that's why she assumed that he had been drinking that night. So you see, with such blatant contradictions, it is clear that somebody is lying to me.
Mm-hmm. And if not you,
Look,
then
I may
who?
have been mistaken.
Who?
I mean, he did drink every now and then.
Oh, you mistaken now?
I mean, I shouldn't have said that he never drank because it wasn't actually the truth.
Oh, come on.
So you lied to me.
No, I was mistaken. Are you aware how stressful
I was
this is?
mistaken.
Yes,
she
Emma, of
says.
course
I didn't
I am.
lie. I was mistaken.
Then you should understand it's not easy to think clearly under these circumstances.
Oh, Lord. So you're protecting your daughter and she's trying to protect you.
Okay, so Rebecca is telling the truth. So he did drink every now and then? Is that what you are now saying?
Yes, and sometimes it was quite excessively. It didn't happen often, but You know, he did drink on occasion.
So what was his drink of choice? You know, on these occasions that he decided to get his drink on. What is it that he would drink?
I mean, he didn't have a favorite drink or anything like that. I mean, it was just whatever he felt like in the moment, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
All right, well, assuming that you were telling the truth, that still changes absolutely nothing regarding Rebecca, because she's the only person whose time is completely unaccounted for. And let me tell you, Janice had stated that when she entered the house that morning, she saw someone fleeing out the backyard. And you see, Rebecca, right, just like you, she knows that the front door has a security camera, and she also has access to the rear door. So you see, Emma, she could have planned this whole thing perfectly.
But that's not what happened. I can assure you that's not what happened.
How can you assure me? Right, how can you assure me, Emma?
Go ahead, assure me.
Tell the truth. Shame the devil.
Look, Emma, somebody is getting charged with murder. Okay, that is a fact. Is it going to
be you or is it going to be your daughter?
So if you have something to say, you better say it now. Emma.
Let it out. Let it out, Emma.
Either you are lying to me, and you did go to the house that day, or Rebecca is lying to me, and she went to the house that day.
Maybe neither of us is lying.
So then who y'all went to the house that day? Back, huh? Who could that have been?
It was both of y'all?
I don't know. Maybe it wasn't either of us. Did you think about that?
It wasn't either of y'all?
Emma, there is absolutely nothing that supports any other persons of interest besides you, Rebecca, Charles, and Janice. So yes, of course I have thought about that. And Emma, no, it doesn't add up.
Look,
be honest,
Emma. What more you want me to say? I mean, it's like you're intentionally backing me into a corner. I'm done.
Oh.
I'm not going to answer any more of your questions.
Okay.
And now I'm requesting the opportunity to speak with an attorney.
Of course you are.
I'm not going to answer any more of your questions.
Of course you are.
So now you want an attorney?
Yes. I'm done.
She's done, she said.
So that's it? All right, well then I guess we're done.
Okay. Can I go home now?
You can go home soon. Look, you don't have to answer any more questions, but if you can just please stay while I wrap up the rest of my interviews, because look, I'm almost done. If you can do that for me, I would appreciate that.
Okay, fine.
Thank you.
We rocking them. They feeling the pressure. Janice, I feel like you had something to do. Not Janice. Emma, you had something to do with this. I know it.
Well, shit. I guess that's all we're going to get out of her, huh? I still don't think she's being completely honest with me.
She's not,
and did you see how she backpedaled on Daniel's drinking? As soon as we start to really get some pressure going, that's when she decides to lawyer up?
Yeah.
Really?
Uh-huh.
Well, I guess we're going to have to take what we've gotten from her so far and go from there, huh? All right, look, let's get Charles back in here and hope he's still willing to talk. I need to know what he has to say about all this. Give me a sec while I go grab him.
Should be interesting.
Bye.
All right, let's get Charles in here. Should be the last person we need to interrogate. Unless we're going to interrogate. Well, now we're done with Janice. I think we're done with Janice. And we're done with
Okay, this is a continuation with Charles Humphreys. Now, Charles, I know that you've been here for quite a while today, so I'm going to do my best to get right to the point, all right?
Great, I appreciate that.
Of course. Now, after reviewing everything so far, it really does seem that either Rebecca or Emma may have had some involvement with Daniel's death.
There's no way. And I don't care how you came to that conclusion. I'm telling you, there's absolutely no way that either one of them did this.
Now, Charles, I can completely understand why you would feel like that, okay? I really do. But we have to look at the facts, Charles.
But I don't give a shit,
now,
Charles.
As of right now, Rebecca and Emma are the only two people whose time is completely unaccounted for. They're also both very aware that that front door has a security camera which could have recorded them. They also have keys to the house, so they could have entered through that rear door. But most importantly, Charles, they both have a motive.
What possibly could be Rebecca's motive?
Charles, Rebecca is aware of the abuse that her mom has experienced, okay? She went to the hospital. She saw firsthand just how badly this man hurt her own mother. Now, do you think that she wanted to see that happen again? No, of course not. So, what is the best way to make sure that that man never lays a finger on her mother again? Well, simply end his life.
Take him
Problem
out.
solved.
That's ridiculous. That's your motive? Heck, you might as well consider me the one that killed him.
I
I care
could.
about Emma. You know, I never wanted to see her get hurt like that again, and I would have done anything to protect her. So what, does that make me a killer too?
Well, possibly.
Oh my God, wow.
Possibly what you thought.
Rebecca has her whole life in front of her. You think she's going to throw that away? And let's remember, she went with Emma to file the police report. She literally encouraged her to do so. She was trying to handle everything the right way. So your motive makes no sense whatsoever.
Well, Charles, you might be right, okay? You might. Okay, maybe Rebecca has nothing to do with this.
Maybe.
But what about Emma? All right, let's take another look at her. Now, she's a mom. She seems to be a really good person who seems to care a lot about her daughter. Now, we know that Daniel not only threatened to kill Emma, but he also threatened to kill Rebecca. Okay, now you're a parent. Wouldn't you want to protect your child in a situation like that?
I mean, of course I would. I mean, she's my daughter too. So I'm in the same exact situation as Emma. But I'm not going to kill someone.
Well, Charles, maybe not. Okay, but the difference between you and Emma is that at least your time is somewhat accounted for because we have you on video. But let's say that Emma did not kill Daniel. All right? Well, then we got to go back to Rebecca. And if Emma, or even you for that matter, knew that Rebecca had killed Daniel, well, wouldn't you do your absolute best to protect her? Wouldn't you lie and do everything that you could to cover it up?
No, I wouldn't, and neither would Emma.
Come on, Charles. I find that very hard to
I
believe.
find it very hard to believe too.
Look, I mean, you spent time with both Rebecca and Emma today, asking them all sorts of questions. I mean, you're a detective. After spending all that time with them, do you think either one of them is capable of murder? I mean, do you believe that?
Truthfully, Charles, I don't know.
Well, regardless of what you think, the answer is no. It's a 100% no.
Well, Charles, since you seem to be so adamant about it not being Rebecca or Emma, why don't you tell me, what do you think happened?
I already told you what I think.
Well, Charles, please, refresh my memory.
I brought it up earlier today, and you seemed pretty dismissive of it then. But I still think this guy might have taken his own life. Maybe there is no actual murder.
And you believe that?
Yes, I do. I mean, he was under a lot of stress, and we know he wasn't the most mentally stable person. I mean, look what he
y'all
did to
using
Emma.
this stuff
Like,
against
no
him.
sane person reacts that way. And Emma also told me he was put on leave by his firm. I mean, I'm pretty sure that whole job was his identity. That's got to be devastating. Maybe this was all too much for him to handle. And honestly, the more I think about it, the more I believe suicide is exactly what happened.
The more you think about it, huh?
Okay, Charles, fair enough.
Now, another possibility, as much as I hate to say it, is Janice may have been involved.
And why would you say that?
Yeah, why would you
Look,
say
we
that?
both know about her past. I mean, she's already killed one guy that was an abuser. And I don't want to throw any suspicion their way, but I got to be honest. The few times that I did meet her, something seemed off. I mean, her attitude towards me seemed pretty off-putting, especially considering she hardly even knew me. I mean, it's like instinctually she had something against me because I'm a man. And I know that sounds crazy, but that's what it felt like.
Did she
So,
say
Charles,
she
how
did?
did
She
you
said she
get to know
didn't meet.
Janice?
Emma talked to me mostly about her. Like I said, I met her a few times in person, but we didn't chat much. Mostly
Met her
because
a
she just
few
seemed bothered by my
times.
presence. Like I said, she just seemed off.
So, Charles, is this pure speculation?
few
Because it seems
times.
like it might be a bit more than that.
I don't know. All I'm saying is you shouldn't be so quick to dismiss Janice.
I was about to.
All right, well,
until
Charles,
you
that is
said
noted.
that.
Look, we're going to take a short break, all right? I want to mull this over, okay?
All right.
And Janice would kind of give him a little attitude, and she's acting like she didn't really know about him.
Okay, he's being real defensive of Rebecca and Emma. But I honestly can't blame him. I do have to admit, I can't picture either Rebecca or Emma being capable of taking someone's life. But as I told him earlier, crazier things have happened for sure. And what do you think about his Janice theory? He seemed pretty convinced that Janice may have been involved. But why bring it up now?
Right.
Is it
Very
to
good
protect
question.
himself and his family? Or is there actually some legitimacy to his theory?
It could be.
Well,
but I
either
don't
way,
know.
let's see if we can trip him up. To be honest, I'm pretty drained.
Yeah, me too.
All these interviews today are starting to blur together. Work your magic one last time.
One last time.
See if you can find any evidence that pokes holes in his statement. I know we gotta have something. All right, give me a call when you got something.
That's
Talk soon.
exactly what she said. She act like she never met him. Let me go back to the conversation.
Story of various different companies.
And you do this from home?
That house belonged to my mother.
Now, I am curious, how well did you know Daniel and Emma?
Oh, I know Emma pretty well. Daniel, not so much. When I moved in about a year and a half ago, Daniel had already been living there. They're pretty good neighbors. Sticks to herself. But honestly, in general, the whole neighborhood's pretty quiet, so they're no exception.
So why is it that you got to know Emma more than Daniel?
Well, it seems like Daniel works very long hours. They were scared, they kept their distance, but Emma, she treated me like a normal person, and I really appreciated that. And I always felt like I should kind of look out for her too, I guess.
Now, what about Charles? What do you know about him?
Well, who's Charles?
Who's Charles?
So Charles, that's Charles Humphreys. That is Emma's ex-husband.
Oh, that's right. I don't know much about him. I didn't ever meet him, and
She
I don't
never
remember
met him,
ever
yeah.
really talking about
And
him.
Emma never
I'm
really
sorry.
talked about him.
Unfortunately, I don't know much about him.
Huh. Okay, that's all we needed. Her contradictory statement. His statement. No. He says he's met her. She says she's never met him. Huh. Oh, yeah, I know what we gotta do once again. It gotta be within that statement. Let's see. I wonder why that's not contradictory evidence. Anyway, we just have to do it the hard way. run through them all. 'Cause I ain't got time to try to. Ain't gonna work unless it fits the right mode anyway. Nice. Oh,
Hey. Well, shit.
well,
I
shit.
feel
what
like
was
an
that?
idiot. Now that you point these things out, it's pretty obvious. I really can't believe I spaced on the autopsy report. Like I said, I'm pretty wiped. I'm definitely not at 100%. Good thing I got you working with me, though, right? Look, I know I've said this before, but I really do appreciate you.
Appreciate
I
that,
mean
Mark.
that. You know, I gotta say, we're a pretty damn good team.
We did all right.
All right, let me get back to it. Bye.
All right, let's see. Because I don't even know what evidence I found.
All right, this is a continuation with Charles Humphreys. Now, Charles, I want to dig right back into this, all right? I want to go over a few things that you had stated earlier, okay?
Sure.
Now, I want to revisit this theory of a possible suicide. Now, that has been mentioned a few times today, and I'm realizing that I've only shared secondhand information. So, Charles, I want you to take a look
Oh, yeah,
at
it's
this.
definitely not a
all right?
suicide
Now,
because they said
that is an official
it
copy
was
of the
done by
autopsy
a
report.
third party.
Now, I want you to look at the section labeled Final Diagnosis, right there. Now, you'll see there that it states that suicide is considered highly unlikely.
Okay, so maybe it wasn't a suicide. I'm still not 100% convinced, though.
Well, to be fair, Charles, you are not the person that needs to be convinced. Now, regardless, let's move on to your other theory, okay? And that being Janice and her possible involvement. Now, I have to admit, I did have some similar thoughts to you when I spoke with Janice earlier today. Now, I didn't get, any weird vibes or anything like that, but her past certainly does not do her any favors, especially in this situation. And then after hearing you mention the way that she acted when the two of you met, well, yeah, that did raise my suspicions a bit more. But see, Charles, there is a problem here.
And that is?
Well, see, according to Janice,
Y'all never
the
met.
two of you never actually met. In fact, she claims that she doesn't know anything about you.
And you believe her?
Charles, I don't know what to believe, all right? But her statement does seem to contradict yours, so someone is lying to me. Now, she also stated that she saw someone flee the house through the back door at the exact same time that she entered the house.
So she was the person that entered the house before me. And that's why the door was unlocked?
That is correct.
Well, who did she see?
Well, see, that's the thing, all right? She wasn't able to make out who that person was, so unfortunately, that part is still a mystery. Now, Charles, there is one other thing to note here, all right? Somehow, Rebecca seemed to know that Daniel had been drinking very heavily that day, all right? Now, that is not typical behavior for Daniel, okay? At least based on what I've gathered so far. Now, she did say that this was just an assumption, all right? But I got to say, that assumption was pretty damn accurate.
Yep.
I mean,
Yep,
hell,
yep,
you were
yep.
there, right? You saw all that booze. So, what do you think? Do you still believe in this Janice theory?
Yes, I do. Even more so now. I think she played you big time.
Really? And why would you say that?
Look, as you just mentioned, Janice went in the house before me. I mean, she could literally say anything she wants to clear her name. There are no witnesses. I mean, she could be lying about seeing someone flee. I mean, what proof do you have that any of this actually happened? What, Janice's word? Do you think a convicted murderer is going to tell the truth?
Wow.
Of course not.
You gonna pull
They're
that
going to
card?
lie about everything. I mean, why in the world would you believe anything that she has to say? I mean, what has she done to earn your trust?
Well, honestly, nothing. But if she did kill Daniel, then why are her prints not on that gun?
She could have easily wiped the gun down and placed it in Daniel's hand. I mean, did you find anybody else's prints on the gun?
No, we did not.
Well, there you go.
All right, your theory about Janice is certainly a possibility, okay? Maybe she is lying. But see, if we go with that, then we really do need to explore all possibilities, Charles, and that includes you.
Includes
You
you,
already know
Charles.
that Janice went in the house before me, and you know that I have absolutely nothing to do with this.
Do I really know that, though?
Yes, you
Right.
do.
How do I
See,
know?
Charles, I don't know. Okay, I don't know because we are both aware that you are very capable of putting on a very good performance.
What are you talking about?
Charles, I am talking about that little performance that you put on for the security camera in which you tried to make it seem like the reason that you were at Daniel's house was because you were there to pick up some of Emma's belongings. Now, what is there to say that you weren't the one that entered through the back door? I mean, you could have easily gotten the keys from either Emma or Rebecca, right? You go inside the house, okay? You kill Daniel. You're the one that wipes down that gun. You put the gun in Daniel's hand to try to make it seem like a suicide, and then that's when you hear someone at that front door. Now, in a panic state, you flee, okay? And you're in such a rush that you forget to shut that back door. Now, here's the good part.
You come back.
You later come back to the house, all right? You come back to make it seem like you were there for a completely different reason. Now, you know that that front door has the security camera and it's going to record you, which is great for you because now we can account for your time. So you enter the house, you come back out with some of Emma's belongings, hence making it seem like that was the reason for your visit. So yeah, Charles, maybe you are right. Maybe Emma and Rebecca have nothing to do with this. Maybe they are simply trying to protect you. So what do you think about that theory, Charles?
I think you have an incredible imagination.
Of
And I
course.
think you'll make up whatever shit you have to close this case. That's what
Wow. Wow, you think I'm making up
I
shit?
am done cooperating with you. I'll speak to you again when I have an attorney.
Oh, okay, so he don't
But
want
for
to talk to
now,
me either.
We're done.
He don't want to talk to me
Charles,
either.
did you kill Daniel?
No, and I told you we're done.
All right, Charles. Guess we're done
All right.
then.
Well, look, Charles, you don't have to answer any more questions today, okay? But you do need to stay at the station for just a little while longer, right? Now, we are almost done, and then you can go home, all right?
Whatever, that's fine.
All right.
Hit me with the call. Hit me with the call.
Okay, that went somewhat well, I guess. But now we got both he and Emma wanting to lawyer up. I think we're at the end of our rope here. We need to make a decision. There is a lot to consider here. Many possibilities of what could have happened, but ultimately, there is only one chain of events that's correct. You've got plenty of evidence and footage to steer you in the right direction. I trust you to put the pieces together. But let's make sure we get this right. First, I want you to look things over carefully and let me know who you think committed this murder. Once we've nailed that down, we can discuss things further. All right. Take your time and get back to me. I'll talk to you
Who
soon.
do I think committed the murder? Oh my God. Who killed Daniel Murphy? They've been so good at lying for each other, I have no idea. That's all they've been doing was lying for each other. Janice says she's never met Charles. And Charles saying that she was always kind of weird when they met. Why would Charles say he never, why would Charles lie about knowing Janice? And why would Janice lie about not knowing Charles? Well, we got to make a decision. Who killed Daniel Murphy? I'm not gonna. She was only in there for a minute. She was not there long enough to kill anybody. Charles could have did it and came out the back. It could have been Rebecca. She didn't have any. Hmm. I don't know. I don't know. I still say it could also still be Emma. This is a hard choice. Hard choice. You think it was the mama? Yeah, I kind of agree with you. I kind of agree with you with Emma. She did not have an alibi at that time, and she had a reason. She was dude put a gun on her point blank. Charles threatened the man's life the day before, though, so he already knew. But no, he didn't know about the gun until afterwards. Charles didn't know about the gun until afterwards. Rebecca just did so much lying that I just don't trust her. But I don't believe she did it. She was a college student. I wouldn't believe she throw her life away for that. Even though she did lie about him drinking so much, and she knew that he was drinking that day. There's no other way for her to know unless she was there to see it. I think that's undeniable evidence. She was there to know that there was a bunch of drinks and stuff lying around. I'm gonna go with Rebecca. And she was leaving the house. She was leaving that house fast. Oh yeah, she was leaving the house fast. Was that Emma? Let's see. But see, there's still questions. Why would Janet say she didn't know Rebecca? I mean, she didn't know Charles. That still doesn't explain the phone and everything. Like, what still throws me off is the messages, the ride service. Somebody used his phone and got a ride after he was dead. Somebody used his phone to get a ride, and it could have been Rebecca to get back home. I'm gonna go with Rebecca. I'm gonna go with Rebecca just because I want to see the world burn. We're going with Rebecca.
Hey. Okay, so you think Rebecca killed Daniel, huh? You know, I actually think you hit the nail on the head here.
Did I?
I do trust your judgment.
We'll see.
And even though she doesn't seem like she has it in her, it really does seem that she's the one that killed him. Now, I know you looked everything over carefully, so I'm sure you have a fairly
Maybe I
decent
did.
picture of what actually happened.
Not
Even
really.
if there are a few holes that still need to be filled. But listen, what I'm about to say stays between you and me, okay?
All right.
Considering everything that went down with her mom and Daniel, and the reasons Rebecca would have for killing him, it's still most likely murder. She may be able to get out of this in court, but she could very well end up in prison for a very long time. And honestly, I'm not sure that she deserves that.
What?
Her life could be ruined at such a young age.
Very true.
Now, what I'm about to say can get us in some pretty deep shit.
Oh, here we go.
Maybe even fired.
Come on, Martin.
But
don't
I can
do this.
always claim that we didn't find enough probable cause to make an arrest. We can let her go home.
Are you serious?
And if we're pushed to continue the investigation later, well, then we'll deal with it at that time. But for now, we can let her go. I'm really not sure what to do here. This whole situation is just really complicated. Now, your decision-making has been great so far, so I'll follow your lead on this one as well. Think things over. Give me a call back and let me know if you want to move forward with charging Rebecca, or if you want me to let her go.
Let
I'm
her
willing to
go.
accept responsibility for our actions, regardless of what we do. Just be prepared to do the same. All right, talk to you soon.
Accept responsibility of her actions regardless of what we do. How's she gonna accept responsibility for the actions if she get away scot-free? That sounds like a setup. What? What is you saying? That's what I'm saying. He gonna throw you under all the buses. Right. That don't make no sense. What? Let her free? Who does that? See, I was with Martin until that part. Until the end. You know, we charging her. We charging Rebecca. I'm sorry, Rebecca. You gotta go to jail. You're a murderer. See, if you gotta get scot free away scot free on this first one, ain't no telling how many murders you'll do afterwards. We locking her up. Sorry, Rebecca.
Hey. Okay, let's charge Rebecca. I'm with you. Like I said earlier, I think you hit the nail on the head here. All the evidence really does point to her. It's just unfortunate that she's gone and screwed up her life at such a young age.
Yeah, it sucks.
But I guess actions do have consequences, right? Look, I'm sure this was a hard decision to make.
Was it the right decision, though?
Sometimes we just gotta do what's right, no matter the circumstance. I get it.
Sometimes, yeah.
All right, let me grab Rebecca and formally charge her. I'll talk to you soon. Bye.
I mean, the guy wasn't great, of course. He put a gun to her mom's head. But, you know, don't mean you just go and shoot him in the gut. Then lie about it to the police.
All right, this is a continuation with Rebecca Humphreys. So look, Rebecca, after reviewing all of the evidence and the statements made today, I am officially charging you with the murder of Daniel Murphy.
Oh, she just looks so sad.
Now, Rebecca, did you hear what I just said to you?
Yeah, I heard you. Yeah.
So is there anything else that you would like to add to your statement today before we take you into custody?
I didn't mean to kill him.
Oh.
I didn't mean to kill him. It was an accident.
So Rebecca, I don't understand what do you mean by you didn't mean to kill him? Oh, come on, Rebecca. No more games, no more lies, all right? Just tell me exactly what happened, please.
You fought all over the gun.
Okay. Me and my dad were driving back to his house the night that Daniel threatened to kill me and my mom. I told my dad I wasn't comfortable with him having a gun inside the house because I thought he was going to do something stupid and try and kill me or my mom, kill both of us. So I told my dad that I wanted to go to the house in the morning and check if Daniel was there. And if he wasn't, I wanted to go inside the house and try and find the gun and take it. Obviously, my dad was not okay with that idea, and he told me not to do it. And I told him that I wouldn't do it. I told him I wouldn't go.
But you didn't listen to your dad, and you went there anyways.
Yeah. I went back the next morning, kind of early, like I think it was like between 8:30 and 9.
Yep, pretty
I was
early.
just checking to see if he was there. And when I checked, his car wasn't in the driveway like it usually was. So I thought,
It
okay,
never
this
was
is the
there.
perfect opportunity. And I didn't want to be seen on the front security camera. So I went through the back.
Right.
Like I said, I thought he wasn't home, but to my surprise, he was. He was passed out on the living room couch. There was alcohol everywhere. But the gun was sitting right there on the coffee table. So I went to grab the gun.
And he woke up.
And when I grabbed the gun, that's when he woke up. And it happened, everything happened really fast. He got up, he charged at me, he was grabbing me, he was trying to grab the gun. And somehow, we just ended up in the bedroom. And we struggled for a few seconds, and the gun went off.
Right in his gut.
And he dropped, and he stopped moving. And that was it. That's what happened.
Was that all so hard
you
to
placed
tell?
the gun in his hand to try and pass it off as a suicide. Is that right?
Yeah.
And you cleaned off the gun.
Make it look that way.
You are a smart fucking
And I'm assuming that you
killer.
wiped down the gun to remove
Yeah,
the
see,
fingerprints.
that's what's going to get you in jail,
Yeah.
young lady. That's
Yeah.
what's going to get you locked
I
up.
used my shirt the best that I could. And before that, I tried to put things back that had fallen during our struggle because I didn't want it to look like anybody else was in the house that day. I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't know if it was going to work. I was scared. And as I was putting the gun in his hand, I heard the front door open. I didn't know who it was. I thought maybe it was my dad and that maybe he had come to try and find the gun and take it instead of me, but I honestly didn't know who it was.
He did come
So
and try
I
to
left. I left as fast as I could, and I went out through the back door, and that's why the back door was left open. I didn't have time to shut it. I was scared.
So did you tell your parents about all this?
No, I haven't told anybody. I'm the only person who knows, and
do it.
it was an accident. It was a genuine mistake. I didn't mean to do any of this. I didn't mean
Yeah,
to shoot
yeah.
him.
That's what they all say.
Well, look, I am sorry for everything that you had to go through, okay? I really am. Now, the unfortunate truth is that I do have
Is that you
a
got
job
to go
I
to
have
jail,
do,
young lady.
okay? And that means that we do have to take you into custody. Now, you will be able to, explain all of this in court, and I do hope that things will actually, go your way. I do. All right, but for now, yeah, I need you to stand up. All right, I need you to stand
Wow.
up for me.
Put your hands
I
behind
need
your
you
back.
to turn around. Okay?
You
I need
got
to put your
all
hands
rights and
directly behind
privileges.
your back. All right, you stay just like that, Rebecca.
Wow, Rebecca. I'm so disappointed in you. But it was that attitude you was giving me the whole time I was trying to interrogate you. She was just giving attitude after attitude
All
for
right, you
every
can
answer.
sit down.
I didn't mean to do this. I didn't mean to do this. I'm sorry. It was an accident. And you have to believe me when I say that.
I know.
I'm sorry,
I
Rebecca.
know.
I believe you. I believe you.
Now, I am going to go get some officers.
He said,
okay?
now I'm
And
finna
they will
go
be
get
able
some
to
officers to
escort
come
you out of here properly,
get
all
you
right?
out of here and lock you up. You'll be all right. That Martin boy, Martin don't care. He be acting like he care. Martin don't care. He just trying to do a job. I would have asked her where the attitude was. Yeah,
Well,
where the
it
attitude
looks
at
like we
now?
successfully solved this case, huh? Great job.
Thank
All
you.
your hard work today really paid off. But wow, if she was telling the truth just now, then what happened to her is pretty screwed up.
Yeah,
And sadly,
pretty much.
something she's going to have to live with for the rest of her life.
Yeah.
But again, that's if she was actually telling the truth. Was it self-defense? I have no idea. The
I
only
hate to
person
be
that knows that for sure
the
is
lawyer
Rebecca
and
herself.
stuff, and the judge,
But
and jury.
what we do know is that she is the one that pulled the trigger that killed Daniel Murphy.
That is true. We
The
do
rest
know
is
that
up to the
part.
courts to decide.
Poor
Again,
thing.
great job. Thank you.
GG's.
Until next time, my friend. I'll talk to you later. Bye.
GG's. Case closed. Let's go. View results. These are your results when asked to seek the truth. You got 5 out of 6 correct. Wow. We actually got a lot. Most of it, pretty much everything correct. View individual results. Select yes, reveal spoilers. Yeah, let's see individual results. These are your individual interview results. Emma was correct. Charles was incorrect. Janice was correct. Rebecca, yeah. So we only fucked up on that interview with Charles, where we, like I said, we deflected the issue back onto him when we should have just been focusing on his wife. Okay, we did it. Well, you guys, that's Case Files Behind Closed Doors. I want to thank all y'all for coming through for this extended version of the Interaction Theater. Y'all know I don't usually stream these that long, but we was having a good time. We got through a nice little story. Got through solve a case. But yeah, this is the beginning of the month of madness. The month before madness, sorry. So we're gonna start jumping into some more horror-themed video games, scary, spooky stuff, supposedly. Hopefully, I can get a good number of streams and videos in, but we'll see. Be busy at work and stuff. But I want to thank everybody for coming through to the stream. Jen, my friend, Doc, everybody else, AK Alien, appreciate you as well. And yeah, I guess we can call this a night. And I'll be back a little bit later this week, most likely. Maybe even tomorrow. I don't know. Tomorrow, even if I'm not too tired after work, I might be streaming something, but we'll see. Anyway, like I said, appreciate all y'all, and I will see y'all later on. We solved this case, y'all. Case closed. Love ya. Bye-bye.